Chapter 1301. At this point, the Navy commander recalled Yi Qian's training report and chuckled. No matter how tough or difficult it is, Yi Qian will definitely be able to persevere. I can do it here. You can make the arrangements. If there's anything you need us to do. The seawater lapped against the shore, sweeping up starfish and hermit crabs. The two high-ranking officers talked as they walked further and further away from the monitoring room. The whale, who did not follow them, saw the two officers walking towards the beach and returned to the monitoring room. Connect to the communication on boat 0101. He did not see the situation on the Great Mermaid's side just now, so he signaled the first lieutenant to connect him. He wanted to call the Big Eel directly and ask if he had completed the mission. The Big Eel had already installed the magnetic mine on the boat, which meant that the mission of the simulated combat training had been completed. However, Yi Qian had sacrificed himself. The Great Mermaid pulled the Big Eel onto the boat and answered with a smile. It's done. What's the situation with Yi Qian and the Demon King? I parked the boat behind a reef. They can't see where they are. Yi Qian and the Demon King fought for 12 minutes. In the end, Yi Qian hugged the Demon King's upper body with both hands and wrapped his legs around the Demon King's left leg. In the end, Yi Qian lost and the Demon King won. The Great Mermaid said in a low voice. The laughter that he had suppressed with great difficulty surged up again. The handheld communication microphone was silent for a few seconds. Then, the Great Mermaid's doubtful voice came through. She asked uncertainly, I remember that the Demon King did not have any physical contact with a female soldier. No, who would dare? Ha! Only Yi Qian dared. I was stunned at that time. My eyes were fixed on the scene for a few seconds. The Demon King himself definitely did not expect Yi Qian to make such a move. Ha! Not only did he hug the Demon King, he even wrapped his legs around one of the Demon King's legs. I tried to hold back my laughter until tears came out. The Great Mermaid coughed and said to her comrade, the Big Eel, who had taken off his breathing mask. The Great Mermaid said that Yi Qian hugged the Demon King's upper body under the sea and wrapped his legs around the Demon King's left leg. Do you think we should consider letting Yi Qian take some responsibility? Yes, of course. The Demon King's innocence is gone. Gasping for breath, Big Eel slapped his thigh, and at the same time his voice was full of vigor as he said, You must tell Yi Qian about this. The Demon King's innocence is gone. This is the first time I met a female soldier who dared to hug the Demon King. She even hugged him. Amazing. The Great Mermaid nodded solemnly. You're right. The Demon King's innocence is gone. I see that Yi Qian is also a very responsible female soldier. Talk to her, and she should be able to take responsibility. What do you think? That's right. A man and a woman, they're quite compatible. Big Eel, what are you trying to say? If a man and a woman aren't compatible, do you think a man and a man are compatible? Li Jinyan, whose innocence had been exposed by his comrade, floated to the surface of the water. He took off his breathing mask and looked at Yi Qian expressionlessly with his cold eyes. Yi Qian, who had taken off his breathing mask, saw his expression and his gaze, which was as bright as an unsheathed sword. Her heart immediately sank. She could guess what he was going to say. You. His gaze inadvertently swept over Yi Qian's fingers, which had turned white from being soaked in the water. He originally wanted to criticize her severely, but he swallowed back the words he wanted to say. Just then, the inflatable boat hidden behind the reef came out with a white flag. Li Jinyan, who had furrowed his brows without leaving a trace, pursed his lips and said in a low voice, Get on the boat first. The atmosphere was a little heavy. Yi Qian, who realized that she had made a mistake, gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that was stained with the smell of seawater. She nodded slightly, turned around, and swam towards the boat. Chapter 1302. Yi Qian, who was basically dead, couldn't carry out the next beach diving training, and Li Jinyan had more important things to warn Yi Qian. The two of them remained silent throughout the whole process and swam to the docked inflatable boat. Even when they got on the boat, Li Jinyan's low pressure didn't dissipate. The afternoon sun shone so brightly that it felt like they were in a steamer while wearing a rubber diving suit. The humidity from the sea hadn't dissipated when they climbed onto the boat, and sweat slowly flowed down their foreheads. The big shark gently patted Li Jinyan's shoulder and reminded him in a low voice, "Don't be so serious." The big whale said that her performance in the water wasn't bad. "Don't be too strict with her. After all, she's only been training with us for less than 2 months." She cleared the landing obstacles, confirmed the location of the marked mines, and completed the installation of the magnetic mines. In the end, you have to train her yourself. How can she bypass you and complete the final beach landing when there's such a big difference in strength? Jinyan, you can be strict with her, but you can't be too harsh. He was afraid that his team members would be intimidated and directly criticize Yi Qian as if he was criticizing his comrades in the team. This would make the shy female soldier feel embarrassed. Yi Qian was still boarding the boat on the other side, and the big eel happened to bend down to pull her up. It didn't notice the interaction between the big shark and Li Jinyan. When boarding the boat with diving equipment, they needed to help each other. Otherwise, it would be difficult to get up in a short time. "Thank you." Yi Qian at the stern smiled and thanked the big eel. Her clear voice floated to the big shark's ears like the sound of a zither. He then said earnestly to Li Jinyan, who was wiping his breathing mask, "Later, no matter what, you have to be tactful about it, okay? No matter how outstanding Yi Qian is, she's still a female soldier, not a bunch of rough men like us." After saying that, the big shark sighed softly and said with a puzzled face, "That's not right. What did she do wrong? Why did you pull a long face when you got on the boat? I didn't even ask what she did wrong. It's been 3 minutes since I boarded the ship. You didn't even give me a second to speak." Li Jinyan, who had wiped his breathing mask clean, raised his eyebrows slightly. Under the sunlight, his three-dimensional facial features were like that of a god. The indifference in his eyes was unbreakable and filled with a fearful gaze. "Now can I speak?" The Great Mermaid took a deep breath. "Then why do you look so strange? I'm a little embarrassed. Is that okay?" Li Jinyan replied indifferently. His handsome face maintained an indifference that seemed uninterested in anything. No matter how one looked at him, they couldn't see where he was embarrassed. Hearing such an answer, the Great Mermaid choked and coughed several times. It had thought of many things, but it had never thought that. So this was the reason. In the next second, Li Jinyan said indifferently, "She did make a mistake. Mutual destruction? When did we ever teach her underwater combat? If she escaped from the fishing net, she would have had the time to pull out the underwater pistol and aim it at him, but she didn't. Faced with his approach, she had no choice but to choose the stupidest way." He was indeed a little embarrassed to be hugged by her, but more than that, he was angry that she didn't seize the opportunity to directly subdue him and chose the stupidest way in the end. "Say it all at once, so that I won't feel so uneasy." The Great Mermaid turned around and looked at Yi Qian, who was tidying up his diving equipment. She couldn't help but lower her voice and say, "You didn't lose anything by being hugged. Don't look so cold, as if you've lost your innocence. If you really feel that you've lost your innocence, why don't you discuss it with Yi Qian? Let her take responsibility?" Chapter 1303. In the end, it became a joke. 19 years old is a little young, but you're only 6 years older than her. It's not easy to find a female soldier in our team. You should really consider it. Faced with his comrades' teasing and undetectable seriousness, Li Jinyan cast a cold gaze. Without needing to say anything, the big mermaid shut up. The Devil King didn't like this kind of topic. Fine, he wouldn't say it if he didn't like it. But what if he didn't like this topic? Or did he not like Yi Qian? Did he not like Yi Qian? That was impossible. So far, Yi Qian was the most outstanding and also the most beautiful female soldier they had ever seen. Look, more than a month of training didn't turn her skin into charcoal. It just turned red and peeled off, but it was still a little red, the red of sunburn. She then looks at Li Jinyan, who is standing next to her. He is tall and slender. Although he is a bit cold, his face is so handsome that every time there is a naval meeting, the female soldiers in charge of communications have to secretly make eyes at him. At least he can be a little bit more attractive. She slightly ignores his coldness that doesn't allow people to get close to him. Standing next to Yi Jian, no matter how she looks at it. She feels that they are a perfect match. Li Jinyan didn't take the Big Mermaid's words to heart. His gaze was so cold that it made Yi Qian feel pressured. When frogmen carry out their missions, they have to pass through various obstacles and pipes. They also have to avoid detection by various detection devices. You already have a certain foundation. Although your overall reaction is not bad, it still needs to be improved. There was no criticism at the beginning. There was even a hint of praise. Yi Qian's expression became even more tense. He felt that the Devil King's horror was still to come. When fighting underwater, unfamiliar waters and complicated water channels will bring you inconvenience, and, at the same time, it will add to the psychological pressure. Yi Qian, what is the biggest difference between frogmen and land forces? Do you need me to repeat it? As his voice became colder, Yi Qian knew the main point was coming. Yi Qian straightened his back and puffed out his chest. He replied seriously, "Sir, there's no need to repeat it. Since you know, why did you make such a low-level mistake underwater? Perishing together? Did I teach you during daily training?" Li Jinyan was a very calm man. With his cold personality, even if he encountered a big problem, he rarely got emotional. It was the same when he faced with Yi Qian. He was a little angry at that time, but now he had calmed down. From his cold voice, he could tell that although he criticized Yi Qian, he wasn't emotional. "Yi Qian, Yi Qian, Yi Qian," he said. "Yi Qian, Yi Qian, Qian, Qian Qian, Qian Qian Qian, Qian Qian, Qian Qian, Qian Qian Xia, Qian Xia, Qian 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 Qian, Qian." Underwater firearms have the advantage of high speed and high lethality. When fired at close range, it will be difficult for the enemy to effectively dodge, even if they have supernatural powers. Yi Jian, as long as we have the opportunity to draw our guns and fire, the firearms will be our priority, and the lifesaver will be your second priority. He didn't criticize Yi Qian. Instead, he pointed out his mistakes one by one, so that Yi Qian would understand where he had made a mistake. The big eel and the big mermaid had already arrived at the front of the boat, leaving Li Jinyan some space so that Yi Qian wouldn't feel awkward. It took 2 hours for the basic training on the water to reach the port. Li Jinyan didn't criticize Yi Qian for too long. He knew that the female soldier was very perceptive. He pointed out her mistakes in a timely manner so that he didn't have to worry too much about her correcting them. Chapter 1304. Major General Yang of the Lu Army was already waiting at the harbor. When he saw Yi Qian, he walked up to him. "Major General." Yi Qian jumped off the boat and immediately saluted him. "Not bad, although you're a little tanned." Major General Yang smiled as he looked at Yi Jian, who would become a member of the Shuiyu Brigade's special forces in the future. A deep smile appeared in his eyes as he returned Li Jinyan's military salute. He lowered his arm and smiled at the young major, who was famous for his harsh training. "Thank you for your hard work, Major Li." Li Jinyan, who was neither humble nor arrogant, replied calmly to the Major General of the army, "This is my duty, and also my responsibility. I can see the sacred qualities of a modern soldier in you, Major Li. You are worthy of being a role model for our army." Major General Yang really admired the major in front of him. He had once tried to arrange for him to join the Snowfield Brigade with Xia Jinyuan, so that he could train the Snowfield Brigade into an excellent, world-class Special Forces unit. Later, after much research, the military decided that the Navy needed to form an underwater commando team. So Li Jinyan joined the Navy and Xia Jinyuan joined the Army. Now, both of them were shining brightly in their respective units. Even if Li Jinyan didn't join the Army, Major General Yang still cherished his talent. After chatting with him for a while, he finally spoke to Yi Qian. Major General Yang smiled as he looked at the back of Yi Qian. He almost became a member of the army, like Xia Jinyuan. Major General Yang turned his head and saw Yi Qian's skin peeling from the sun. The back of his neck was red. He paused for a moment and sighed. "Has it been hard for the past month? Even harder than the army training." Yi Qian probably didn't just peel off a layer of skin. He would get sunburned again and then get sunburned again and again. "It's mainly because I'm not familiar with it. Everything starts from scratch, so it's a bit harder than the army training." Yi Qian did not exaggerate and answered honestly. Fortunately, I passed the first day physically and mentally. Otherwise, with Captain Li's strictness, I would have been sent back. Major General Yang laughed. Xia Jinyuan and I didn't expect that you would be sent back by him when we sent you here. We believe that you will pass both physically and mentally. Fortunately, I didn't slack off during my training. If I were to be sent back, it would be too embarrassing. Yi Qian joked with herself. Although her body was tired, her spirit was tempered. From her bright eyes, one could see that she was full of vigor. While the Major General laughed, she said slowly, "After a week of intense training, I feel that Captain Li is satisfied with me, so I'm relieved." Hard work was definitely there. How could one become an outstanding soldier without hard work? Major General Yang was very satisfied with Yi Jian's determination to not admit defeat, to not be afraid of tiring or suffering. We've postponed your registration at the military academy to September 2nd. You can skip the military training that has already started. I will ask Xia Jinyuan to pick you up. Go home and get your acceptance letter. You can complete your registration on September 2nd. All new students in the National University of Science and Technology had to undergo military training. They went through the registration process about 2 weeks earlier than other universities and completed their first military training. They called it experiencing military school life. For other new students, it was a chance to experience military school life. For Yi Qian, it was a small matter. She would gain more if she stayed with the Navy for half a month. Chapter 1305. Knowing that Xia Jinyuan would come to pick her up, Yi Qian, who had sent Major General Yang away, was looking forward to it for the first time. She wanted that day to come sooner and see Xia Jinyuan, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. During the 3-day holiday, Yi Qian completed the last of the beach diving training. On the evening of the 3rd day, she left the port on a patrol boat and headed to another sea area to complete the last 10 days of combat diving training. The last 10 days of training brought Yi Qian back to the days when she first joined the team. She didn't have more than 5 hours of rest every day before she had to start the special operations training. The end of August at the port was finally not as hot as it was from July to mid-August. Although the sun was still bright, the heat seemed to have decreased a lot. Xia Jinyuan, who was wearing an army training uniform, was accompanied by the Shah. They chatted as they walked towards the sea helicopter base. He, who was sent to pick up Yi Qian, arrived at the port on August 28th at 10 a.m. sharp and took a flight to Hongkou City in the southern province at 2 p.m. Time was a little tight. The flight arrived in Hongkou City in the afternoon, and they had to take a car back to Shuka Village in the afternoon. They would rest for 2 days on August 29th and 30th, then rush to the National University of Science and Technology on August 31st and report before September 2nd. Xia Jinyuan had trained with Xia Jinyuan for more than half a year, so he didn't need to be polite when talking with Xia Jinyuan. He said casually, "It's a pity that the time is a little short. The training plan for our Special Operations Combat Crew is 10 weeks, but Yi Jian only has 2 weeks. She has to complete a high-altitude parachuting course, an obstacle blasting course, and a long-range operations safety course. The 3 courses only have 4 days of training. In Demon King Li's words, it's fast-paced training. Let her remember it first, and then she'll have more in-depth training when she comes back from the winter break." Xia Jinyuan, whose steps were light, was about to see the girl he loved very soon. His thin lips held a faint smile, and his delicate eyes were gentle. Although it's fast-paced training, I believe that with Yi Qian's ability to accept it, she won't let your efforts go to waste. Little Fox was smart. She would definitely have the results of 8 days of training in 4 days. He was indeed one of them. He trusted Yi Qian so much that even if he didn't see her training, he didn't doubt her at all. This kind of trust wasn't formed in a day or two. It was formed when they had been together day and night, and even fought side by side. Up until now, although Yi Qian had trained with the Storm Commandos for almost 2 months, she hadn't built an unbreakable trust with them. That's true. In the words of our commander, Yi Jian is like a sponge. She seems to be in a saturated state, but in the blink of an eye, she can absorb new knowledge. His ability to act and execute is outstanding. Although they did not establish an unbreakable trust, the Big Mermaid's admiration for Yi Jian was not just a day or two. The more time they spent together, the more she could feel the power hidden in Yi Jian. Thinking that she was going to leave in the afternoon, the Big Mermaid, who was reluctant to part with her, suddenly said, "We are all reluctant to let Yi Jian leave. We are considering whether we should coax Demon King, Li, to pursue Yi Jian." After saying that, he laughed out loud. "Major Xia, isn't it a bit unkind of me to say this now?" "Hey, a little unkind?" Xia Jinyuan looked at the laughing water ghost and said with a faint smile, "You want to poach Yi Qian in front of me? Desha, you're not being a little unkind, are you?" Actually, what Xia Jinyuan wanted to say the most was, "How dare you steal my girlfriend? Ha, ha, you must be itching for a beating." Chapter 1306. He was trying to steal his girlfriend right in front of him and was even accused of trying to steal her. As a normal man, it would be strange if he could hold himself back. However, as a soldier, Major Xia was much more tolerant than a normal man. Before the enemy was clear, even if he was laughing coldly in his heart, that elegant and handsome face of his remained indifferent. Even his smile maintained the innate nobility of the Xia family, not revealing the slightest bit of emotion. Your team doesn't recruit female soldiers. No matter how outstanding Yi Qian is, she can only watch. Major Xia sighed, as if he really felt sorry for the water ghosts of the Storm Commandos. What a pity. If she stays, I dare say that she will not be worse than Demon King Li. They wanted to bring the little fox and Demon King Li together. This group of water ghosts harbored ulterior motives and wanted to make a move. He wanted to compete with them to see which water ghost had thicker skin and needed to be taught a lesson. The water ghosts were not afraid of getting together, but they needed to find out Demon King Li's attitude. The big shark did not sense anything wrong with Xia Jinyuan, nor did she hear that Xia Jinyuan was baiting the enemy step by step. She wanted to know what was going on, especially Li Jinyan's attitude. There's no choice. The frogman units of the Lindong, Linchuan, and Nangguang military regions can recruit female soldiers. If these three military regions know that Yi Qian graduated from the military academy, Major Xia, I'll remind your team in advance. There's a 90% chance that they will try to steal her from you. The big shark sighed, lamenting that they could not keep Yi Qian. We want to steal her, but the policies and regulations are there. Even if we want to steal her, we can only think about it. It's impossible. Xia Jinyuan's dark eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. It was because he knew that the Storm Amphibious Frogman Commandos did not recruit female soldiers that he and Major General Lu sent Little Fox over. Sigh, there was no choice. They had to be on guard. Little Fox was a female soldier, but she was far better than a male soldier. In addition, she had more than 5 years of Special Forces training and had some experience in land battles. In addition, she was excellent in all aspects. As a major general, he had to be on guard. As a boyfriend, he was naturally happy that his girlfriend was so outstanding. But there were also times when he was worried. He didn't feel good about being poached. Xia Jinyuan had absolute faith in Yi Qian. He had known her for 5 years and had pursued her for 4 years before finally succeeding. The strong-willed little fox wasn't a fickle person. As she trained with Li Jinyan, she wasn't worried that her girlfriend would leave with someone else. Xia Jinyuan, on the other hand, was already mentally prepared for the fact that someone was trying to steal his girlfriend. Little Fox was outstanding, and there was no shortage of outstanding men in the military. It was only natural that they would take a fancy to an outstanding little fox. Otherwise, why would he try his best to clear his name in advance and become her boyfriend before she entered the military academy? He was already mentally prepared for this, but he didn't expect that someone would be so impatient to try to steal him from the corner. Major Xia gritted his teeth a little too hard. He continued to lure the enemy without batting an eyelid and slowly smiled. This is a good rule. If there wasn't such a rule, I would have to consider whether to send Yi Qian to your unit. That one sentence made the big merman want to vomit blood. His sharp eyes, which were contrasted by his dark skin, glared at Major Xia, who was as elegant and dignified as a civilian in the military. The big merman thumped his chest a few times. Major Xia, you're purposely trying to piss us off. So you've been guarding against us since the beginning. You didn't even send him to the other military districts and chose our Storm Brigade. Major Xia, you're too cunning. Chapter 1307. Why would I do that on purpose? I'm just telling you the truth. Xia Jinyuan put on a lecturing hat, looking elegant and noble. I can't possibly do all the work for them. I still have to be careful. Luckily, your team has a rule against recruiting female soldiers. Otherwise, I might not be able to successfully bring Yi Qian back to the army. Also, you guys are quite unkind. Not only do you want her to stay, you even want Demon King Li to give himself to you. Taking advantage of the situation, Major Xia said earnestly, Great Mermaid, treating people with your looks is not a long-term solution. Great Mermaid took a deep breath, then took another deep breath. She forced a smile and replied warmly, Major Xia, please don't misunderstand. We were just joking in private. It has nothing to do with Captain Li. He doesn't even know what we're thinking. Treating people with sex is not a long-term solution. Major Xia, you're vicious. If Demon King Li found out that you wanted him to sacrifice himself, wouldn't he train himself to death? The smile on Major Xia's face deepened as he nodded. Then, as if he had suddenly realized something, he laughed. You guys, Li Jinyan hasn't said anything, yet you guys dare to speak nonsense. You're quite bold. Unmarried man and unmarried woman. Captain Li is not bad, and Yi Qian is not bad. If they really become a couple, don't you think it'll be a good story? Great Mermaid had no idea that she had just escaped from Demon King Li and was now being targeted by Xia Jinyuan. She fearlessly expressed her true thoughts. You don't know how compatible they are when they get together. Yi Qian is so outstanding. There aren't many men who are good enough for her. Our Captain Li is one of them. As the vice captain and ideological counselor, Great Mermaid always felt that she had the obligation to solve Demon King Li's marriage. He was already a 26-year-old man. In 4 years' time, he would be 30. How could he not have a partner? Xia Jinyuan secretly clenched his fists and raised his hand to look at the time. It was still early. He then raised his eyes and pointed at the beach in front of him. He said politely, It's still early. Why don't we go to the beach and learn from each other? Let's see if you've improved compared to back then. Back then, the few of you fought with me and Li Jinyan. You lost so much that you roared angrily at the sea in the middle of the night. You threatened that one day you would avenge your humiliation. Since it's still early, let's fight. Sparring until you can't even speak. As a Special Forces soldier and the Q King of the Snowfield Brigade, Xia Jinyuan was extremely good at hiding his emotions. Even to Xia, the instructor of the Storm Commandos, couldn't see through his expression. Every sentence was said calmly and tirelessly. The Great Mermaid did not realize that she had unknowingly offended Xia Jinyuan. Hearing this, his eyes lit up. He glanced at Xia Jinyuan, who was dressed in his training uniform, and laughed. Major Xia, you seem to have come prepared. You didn't even wear your regular uniform to visit our unit. You came in your training uniform. I came out in a hurry and didn't change. Now it's convenient. That's good. Let's go, Major Xia. The sparring started at 10:10 a.m. and ended at 10:25 a.m. The side of Great Mermaid's face was pressed against the sand. His hands were clasped behind his back. He felt that his facial features were about to be squashed and his eyeballs were about to pop out. Xia Jinyuan sat directly on Great Mermaid's waist. His long arms locked Great Mermaid's arms and pulled him up. At the same time, he pressed his elbows on the back of Great Mermaid's neck so that he couldn't move. With a slight smile and the sea breeze, he said, You've improved a little. It used to take 10 minutes. Now it's 15 minutes. Chapter 1308. With sand in his mouth, the Great Merman grunted twice, signaling for the other party to let go of his hand so that he could speak. Ruthless, too ruthless. He had been stomped twice on the chest and punched in the mouth. Blood was flowing out, and now he was being held down. Was he out of his mind? He agreed to spar with Xia Jinyuan, who was on par with Demon King Li. They were clearly talking about Yi Qian and Demon King Li. How did it end up with him sparring with Xia Jinyuan? Of course, Xia Jinyuan wouldn't tell him why he let go during the sparring. He pulled the great merman up and said guiltily, "I didn't control my strength. I'm sorry, brother." The great merman, whose mouth was red and swollen, gently touched his wound. He waved his hand disapprovingly and said, "I admit defeat. However, Major Xia, you were a little ruthless. Why do I feel like you deliberately hit my mouth? Is it painful? Let me take a look." Xia Jinyuan's expression was serious. He hurried over to show his concern for his comrade. It was a little intentional, but in the end, he really wanted to spar. The great merman, who didn't see through Xia Jinyuan's cunning nature, felt that he was overthinking. He added, "You hit my face the moment you came up. Major Xia, I'm not as good-looking as you. If you ruin my face and I can't get a wife, you'll have to take responsibility." He was able to be doted on by his father since he was young. Other than his sweet mouth, his IQ and EQ were both extremely high. He had been fighting with others since he was young. He knew that he was in the wrong first, but in the end, he could still portray himself as the victim, making his father and mother feel sorry for him. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't dare to go against his son for fear that he would be tricked. Major Xia, who had loosened his bones, felt much better. He replied seriously, of course. When the time comes, I'll bring over a communication company of female soldiers from the army. You guys can pair up yourselves." As he spoke, his expression gradually became more serious, and even the deep smile in his voice became much colder. "Great Mermaid, we're going to complete a competition with a certain American Special Forces next year. You guys need to hurry up on the ground battle. Did Demon King Li come up with any detailed training plans? We don't have much time, so we need to make the best use of our tactics and skills." The situation of the enemy had been investigated clearly, and it had nothing to do with Li Jingyan. It was purely his comrades who were worrying for nothing. Now that the competition was over, he felt much better. It was time to change the topic and put the Big Mermaid's attention back to the business at hand. Being a fox, Major Xia was an all-round soldier king. He was not someone to be trifled with. Since the sparring session was over, there was no need to mention it again, in case the Big Mermaid realized that his motive for sparring was not pure. As soon as the topic changed, the Big Mermaid naturally followed suit. The corners of its mouth twitched a little, but other than the slight pain, there wasn't much of a problem. Dusting off the fine sand on his body, he began to discuss with Xia Jinyuan, "I have a plan. First, we will finish the competition, then focus on attacking the weak points. Major Xia, your special forces are a little mysterious. Even the Demon King doesn't know how deep your background is. When the competition is over, both of our teams will have to bring out their best skills. We'll combine the strengths of each team and eliminate our weaknesses. Only then will we have a better chance of winning when we go overseas in the future." Xia Jinyuan was no longer sentimental. With a sharp look on his handsome face, he nodded and said, "My plan is the same as the Demon King's. First, we'll compete with you guys and find out our own problems. Then, we'll combine the strengths of the American Special Forces and formulate a targeted training plan." Chapter 1309. A second ago, they were still fighting with their fists, and the next second, they were standing side by side, planning and discussing next year's match with the U.S. From the beach back to the cement road leading to the port, the conversation between the two was serious and profound, and from time to time, a few professional combat terms would pop up. Xia Jinyuan's slightly restrained voice contained the hidden coldness of a sword. He looked ahead and said slowly, "In May this year, we will start to learn 30 types of advanced individual training courses. Currently, our team is nearing the end of the sea-level escape course. We will be able to complete 30 types of advanced individual training courses before the National Day celebration. After training for so long, I also want to see how much I have learned. A match with you guys is undoubtedly the best choice." As a Special Forces soldier, as long as he was in the team, there was no limit to the skills he could learn. The 30 types of advanced individual training courses were compulsory for every Special Forces soldier in the Snowfield Brigade. From the survival/evasion/resistance/escape course to the sea-level escape course, there were also the operations and intelligence courses. These courses to improve personal combat ability were required for all Special Forces soldiers in the Snowfield Brigade to familiarize themselves with. Hearing this, Big Shark's gaze fell on the young major beside her. She asked uncertainly, "Completed 30 types of advanced individual training? The whole team? Or just a few?" "The whole team. No one is left behind. Everyone must pass," Xiao Jinyuan answered with a smile. His elegant and handsome eyes were fearless under the sunlight, as if they could split open layers of cold light. His steps were steady and majestic like the mountains and seas. "As for Yi Qian, I'll leave him to you guys. He will lay a good foundation for the future and strive not to be eliminated." Why did Xiao Jinyuan want to spur Yi Qian to speed up the pace of training? It was so that once she entered the Snowfield Brigade, she could directly skip the basic training and learn the advanced training courses. As a Triphibian Special Forces soldier, he could fly a fighter in the sky, drive a tank on the ground, and fight in the sea without hesitation. Xiao Jinyuan was able to become an all-around ace soldier, not because of connections or words, but completely because of his personal strength to become the captain of the Snowfield Brigade. He was even younger than the rest of the team. Yi Qian followed in Xiao Jinyuan's footsteps and grew up with him as his goal. His direction was completely correct. "You're training Yi Qian to be an all-round Special Forces soldier. You're being so harsh on her now so that she won't fall behind too much when she joins your team in the future. She'll be able to catch up with all her comrades." Big Shark wasn't too surprised about Yi Qian's whereabouts. He had discussed it with Li Jinyan before, and he could vaguely guess the army's arrangement for Yi Qian. He admired Xiao Jinyuan more than anything else. Xiao Jinyuan had taken his comrades to complete more than 30 types of advanced individual training courses in less than 5 weeks. His training was even more demanding than Devil King Li's. The young military academy student from back then had now reached a height that countless soldiers looked up to. As he grew older and matured day by day, the young military academy student had already become an indomitable soldier who could carry the burden on his shoulders. When he spoke again, Big Shark's voice was full of admiration. "No matter if it was before or now, you're a role model for us to learn from. The Devil King has mentioned to us many times that if the army has more soldiers like Major Xia, it would be a country's fortune. How amazing would it be to be a country's fortune?" Chapter 13:10. He could fight for his country, bring glory to his country, and win respect from other countries. He could kill enemies with a spear and protect his people. How many soldiers could become a country's lucky star? Xiao Jinyuan shook his head and smiled. "Wearing the military uniform no longer represents myself, but the country. You raised me, nurtured me, and trained me. I'm just doing my duty to repay the country's trust in me. How can I be a country's lucky star? It should be said that I was lucky to be born in our country and grew up in our country. It allowed me to avoid the flames of war when I was young. Everything I'm doing now is to repay my country. It's also the responsibility of a soldier. As a soldier, he had to know his mission and duty well. He had to engrave the sense of honor in his bones, pass down the spirit of not admitting defeat, shoulder the responsibility on his shoulders, pick up the steel spear in his hand, and fight for the country and its people without hesitation. We have to be worthy of the uniform we're wearing." The big merman patted his chest. His tanned and plain face showed the might and determination of a modern soldier. "As long as I wear it, I will have to bear the responsibility of wearing it. A modern soldier should be like Major Xia." Xiao Jinyuan smiled and looked at the soldier who guarded his country's waters. He suddenly asked, "Then do you think I'm a good match for Yi Qian, or only for Demon King Li?" Why do these words sound a little off? The great merman suddenly felt that he might have made a stupid mistake. With a subtle expression, he looked at Xiao Jinyuan from the corner of his eyes. The great merman smiled and said tentatively, "You're a good match, but it's mainly up to Yi Qian. Didn't we have 3 days of rest previously?" When the Demon King saw that Yi Qian's departure was approaching, he arranged for a mock training exercise. When it came to the underwater combat, Yi Qian saw that he couldn't beat the Demon King, so he rushed over and hugged the Demon King. "Major, do you think Yi Qian has some thoughts about Demon King Li?" He was even probing, rushing over and hugging. The reserved and calm little fox would never do such a thing. The smile on Xia Jinyuan's face didn't even increase or decrease. He said calmly, "Physical contact is inevitable during combat training. You can't just assume that there's some ulterior motive behind a single movement during a fight." She grew up in the army and trained with the male soldiers in the army. During the training, she would often ride on the backs of the male soldiers to capture and subdue the enemy. According to what you said, how many people would Yi Qian have designs on? Great Mermaid, you're overthinking. How can they compare to Demon King Li? Demon King Li is good-looking and responsible. He's also a military academy graduate. If he really becomes a couple with Yi Qian, Major Xia, you should also be happy for Yi Qian. If Major Xia was really interested in Yi Qian, she would definitely change her expression after hearing what he said. When he laughed, his mouth opened a little, and he accidentally tugged on the small wound at the corner of his mouth. The Great Merman, who didn't think much of it, couldn't help but think, was the so-called exchange of pointers just to teach me a lesson? The Great Merman grumbled in his heart. Yi Qian stood at the bow of the boat, waiting for the boat to dock so that he could be the first to jump off. Captain Xia must have already arrived at the port to pick him up. They hadn't seen each other for almost 2 months. Yi Qian couldn't wait to see his boyfriend. Chapter 13:11. All the soldiers in the unit knew that Yi Qian was going back today, and they were all reluctant to part with him. They trained together, suffered together, shouted together, ran together, and even wiped their tears together. Suddenly, it was time to part. The originally happy atmosphere gradually turned gloomy as the ship approached the port. The whale rubbed his face. His eyes were bloodshot. He smiled and said, "I feel like the ship is moving a little fast today. We'll be docking soon. Yi Qian, I'll send you to the ship later. Let's go together. Do you still have any luggage to pack at the port? Do you want to buy a few bags of sea specialties? The southern province is by the river, not the sea. Buy a few bags of sea specialties for your family to try." One after another, the gloomy atmosphere was lifted. The masculine faces of the soldiers smiled brightly. They looked at Yi Qian with warm and friendly gazes. Although they had only known each other for less than 2 months, their friendship had been established unknowingly. In addition, when the soldiers encountered difficulties during training, Yi Qian would find a way to solve them. They got along well with each other. At this time, she had not left yet, but there were already soldiers looking forward to the next gathering. Yi Qian liked military life because he had a group of comrades who could share weal and woe with him. The port was right in front of them. Yi Qian answered them one by one with a smile. "Someone will come to pick me up. There's no need to send me off. There are only 2 elders in the Haite family. They don't like it, so I won't be bringing them along. I don't think it will be too long before we meet again. Who knows, I might suddenly come back one day." Deil laughed and said, "Of course we'll send you off. It's impossible for all of us to go, so we'll just choose a representative. Let Captain Li show up. He'll send our comrade, Yi Qian, off. Let Demon King Li send him off." Yi Qian pursed his lips and smiled. His cold face did not look like he was sending him off. Instead, it looked like he was escorting a criminal. The Demon King is too serious. Walking with him alone feels like a police officer escorting a criminal. "Everyone, let me go. I really don't want the person who comes to pick me up to think that I made a mistake in the unit and caused the Demon King to show up." After living together for nearly 2 months, Yi Jian and the Water Ghost were already able to get together and joke around with each other. As the captain, Li Jinyan was always the topic of the soldiers. They respected him and liked to secretly discuss him. All the soldiers thought of that scene and could not help but laugh. The ship docked at the port, and Li Jinyan, who the comrades were discussing about as the representative candidate, appeared in front of everyone. His cold eyes were directly locked on Yi Jian's face. Before he could speak, the big eel, who had picked up the diving equipment and was about to get off the ship, smiled and said, "Devil King, we choose you as the representative to send Yi Jian off." Everyone picked up their diving equipment and stood neatly. Yi Jian, who was wearing an army training uniform, stood at the front. She met Li Jinyan's cold gaze and replied with a smile. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I only have this small bag straight. Give it to me. Li Jinyan calmly interrupted her. He walked over and bent down to pick up Yi Qian's luggage, which contained only a change of clothes, as well as 2 sets of short-sleeved shirts and shorts. When he looked up, there was a subtle smile in his handsome eyes. Don't worry, I won't send you on the ship like a criminal. He had heard Yi Qian's teasing just now. This female soldier sometimes said things that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 13:12. The soldiers laughed even louder. They respected and loved their captain, but at the same time, they would also make fun of their captain, who was cold but open-minded. Even if the soldiers called Li Jinyan the Devil King, he was still a Devil King that made people wholeheartedly accept him. Yi Qian, who was caught red-handed, did not panic. The smile in his eyes fell slightly on the camouflage travel bag in Li Jinyan's hands. He continued to make fun of him. After training for almost 2 months, this is the first time I've seen the Devil King take the initiative to help a comrade with his luggage. If I had known, I would have brought all my diving equipment with me. Ha ha, Devil King. Why don't you take my diving equipment and add some weight to it? Don't let Yi Qian feel that it's a pity. 1 set of equipment will be taken, 2 sets of equipment will still be brought. Devil King, you can also help me with mine. The soldiers, who all understood the meaning behind Yi Qian's words, laughed even louder. The last bit of sadness from parting with him disappeared with the laughter, leaving only the laughter of today. Li Jinyan, who did not like to talk or laugh, was faced with his comrades' teasing. His cold expression disappeared in an instant. Even Yi Qian did not notice the faint smile that flashed across his face. Let's go. Amidst the laughter, although his voice was faint and cold, it still clearly reached Yi Qian's ears. It's getting late. Yi Qian nodded. He did not care about the small luggage in his hands and followed Li Jinyan to the deck first. Let's go, let's go. Get off the boat, get off the boat. Brothers, pack up your equipment and get off the boat. De Whale and De Eel each led a team to the deck and got off the boat one by one. Xia Jinyuan's footsteps became bigger and faster. He had already seen the figure that he hadn't seen for nearly 2 months. She came down from the patrol ship and stood together with the water ghosts in black diving suits. She was especially eye-catching in the army's camouflage uniform. After Xia Jinyuan locked his gaze on her, he had never looked away. Yi Qian, who was in line, turned his head thoughtfully to look at the straight line of the harbor. When he saw the tall figure walking towards him, his dark eyes seemed to flash with a bright light. His beautiful face was like a blooming flower, so bright and beautiful that even Li Jinyan, who was in line in front of him, couldn't help but stare. His gaze was as bright as the sun. She could feel the heat in his eyes from more than 10 meters away. Yi Qian, whose heart was warm, stood up straight and no longer looked at them out of the corner of his eye. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. She guessed that the person who came to pick her up must be him. No matter where she was, Captain Xia would always appear in front of her in time. He was like a lighthouse standing in the sea, allowing her to find the right direction at any time. Xia Jinyuan also felt Yi Qian's joyful gaze. The smile on his handsome face became deeper and warmer. The coldness between his eyebrows dissipated, leaving only gentleness. She was happy that he came, and he was also full of joy. The Devil King definitely treats Yi Qian differently. Look, he even helped Yi Qian wrap her bag. After probing a few times, Desha's eyes dimmed slightly when he did not find any problems. Major Xia and Yi Qian were only comrades? Based on what he said just now, it was still a question mark. However, since Major Xia did not make it clear, he naturally thought that the two of them were only comrades. Moreover, Yi Qian had just graduated from high school. Based on the intensity of her training and the heavy workload of her studies, she probably did not have much time to fall in love. Most importantly, Yi Qian did not even look at a man like Devil King Li. It was obvious that she did not have any thoughts about love. She was a capable and outstanding female soldier. Devil King Li's marriage would be settled soon. Chapter 13:13. As a married ideological counselor, the Great Mermaid loved to prioritize resources to her unit. The ideological counselors in other units also had the same problem. They all loved to be matchmakers, as if they had all been trained to do so. Therefore, she continued to maintain her fearless spirit and challenged Major Xia's bottom line again. I've never seen a matchmake a female soldier. There must be something fishy going on. Xia Jinyuan, who was so happy that his handsome face was smiling, glanced coldly at the Great Mermaid as he walked. Don't think about things you shouldn't think about. What you think is absolutely impossible. Also, as far as I know, Yi Qian already has someone she likes. Her partner is right in front of you. Impossible. She just started university. How could she have someone she likes? The Great Mermaid shook her head and insisted on her thoughts. With her outstanding grades, she definitely wouldn't fall in love at such a young age. She has to train during the winter and summer holidays. How could she have time to fall in love? Major Xia, I'm sorry. I just want to be a matchmaker for once. Touching the wound on the corner of her mouth, the Great Mermaid smiled deeply. Xia Jinyuan's attention was focused on Yi Qian. He walked closer and closer until he could see her skin color. His little fox seemed to be a little tanned, but she was full of energy. She didn't flinch even after training under the sun and wind. She persevered day after day and finally became a rare pearl. This was his little fox, the one and only girl that he loved dearly. You want to match her with another man? You must be dreaming. If it's impossible in this life, it's also impossible in the next life. Xia Jinyuan walked closer step by step and carefully looked at the girl he liked. He replied slowly, if she wants a date, there's still time. Besides, she doesn't have time. The person who's chasing her has to find time to accompany her no matter what. Major Xia, who had always been good at self-restraint, felt a little stifled when he heard that his girlfriend had to be matched with another man from time to time. He had made it clear enough. If the Great Mermaid still didn't understand, I really don't know how he got married and even had a precious daughter. Or was he just pretending to be confused? That's highly likely. Xia Jinyuan could not help but raise his guard. The Great Mermaid's smile was somewhat enigmatic. You're right. There's still time to squeeze. Demon King Li is self-taught. He's squeezing time to deliver Yi Qian. Something is fishy. Something is fishy. Something is definitely fishy. One had to admit that the Big Mermaid was good at pulling aggro. Not only did she pull aggro for herself, but she also made Li Jinyan suffer. It was just a small matter of helping his comrade unpack his luggage, but in his mouth, it became a matter of trying to chase after his girlfriend. It was clearly a simple matter, but it turned out to be fishy. No matter how well-mannered Xia Jinyuan was, he was still a little expressionless at this moment. His dark, bottomless eyes seemed to contain some meaning as he glanced at the Big Mermaid with a faint smile. Big Mermaid, you seem to want to be a matchmaker. He could only blame himself for his lack of emotions. The longer he served in the military, the more difficult it was for others to see what he was thinking. Even the Great Mermaid, who was good at political and ideological work, could not guess. The Great Mermaid, who was worried about her comrade's marriage, did not seem to notice Xia Jinyuan's coldness. She laughed and replied, No, I just feel that Yi Qian and Demon King Li are a good match. Yi Qian was not bad. Demon King Li was not bad. Major Xiao was also not bad. He, of course, would help Demon King Li. Chapter 13-14. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but chuckle. One ideological and political instructor. He thought he had given up on probing, but in fact, he was still trying to probe his relationship with Little Fox. As he got closer and closer to Yi Jian, Major Xia stopped wasting his time talking to the Great Mermaid. With a faint smile on his face, he took a deep look at the Great Mermaid. Seeing that the Great Mermaid was also smiling at him, the young Major raised his eyebrows. His noble and handsome face looked so calm and elegant. Just you wait, Comrade Great Mermaid. Let's meet on the battlefield in the middle of October. Seeing this, the Great Mermaid's smile deepened. Although he couldn't tell what relationship he had with Yi Qian, one thing was for sure. This Major Xia didn't want to marry Yi Qian to Demon King Li at all. Unfortunately, the other party was too good at hiding. He couldn't find anything after several probing attempts. Young people nowadays were too good. Even a 30-year-old like him couldn't see what they were thinking. He couldn't even see through Yi Qian, a young girl who wasn't even 20 years old. The two teams of barefoot frogmen turned left and returned to the camp in an orderly manner with their diving equipment. Big Eel and Big Whale, who knew Xianxia, gave him a friendly smile and a look that said, "See you later." They needed to bring the frogmen who had just joined the Storm Commandos back to the camp. Xianxia exchanged glances with them and couldn't wait to look at Yi Qian. Looking at her up close, this unyielding soldier's eyes suddenly felt sour. She didn't have a tan, she had a sunburn. The skin on the back of his neck that had been exposed to the sun had curled up to his ears, revealing large patches of pink skin. There were even traces of blood in some places. Those were marks left behind by the friction of the diving equipment. Yi Qian seemed to feel his heart ache for her. She looked up, her bright eyes containing a smile as clear as spring water. She gently shook her head at him, indicating that she was fine. Looking at her bright and beautiful smile, Xianxia took a deep breath to calm his chaotic emotions. Long time no see. Li Jinyan took the initiative to greet her, as if he didn't see the interaction between the two of them. Long time no see. Suppressing the heartache in his heart, Xianxia's thin lips curved slightly. He and Li Jinyan smiled as they looked at each other. At the same time, they reached out for each other's hands. The moment they shook hands, even the air around them became heavy. The Great Mermaid revealed a mysterious smile and looked at Yi Qian. Then, her gaze was fixed, and a thoughtful gloom flashed in the depths of her eyes. Yi Qian was already standing next to Xianxia. He was so close that he could smell the fresh, clean scent of his body. Yi Qian's smile deepened, and his face became even more beautiful. What is love? Perhaps love was just like now. Even when she smelled his scent, she still felt sweet. Xianxia maintained his gentlemanly demeanor in the face of the strongest competitor he had trained with. He politely greeted him. "Thank you for your hard work, Devil King." "I'm just doing my job," Devil King Li replied indifferently. However, he saw the Great Mermaid standing on Xianxia's left was constantly winking at him. His brows furrowed slightly. He didn't quite understand what the Great Mermaid was trying to say. The Great Mermaid had many things to say. Seeing that he didn't understand her painstaking efforts, the Great Mermaid took the initiative to say, "Jinyan, I just asked Captain Xia. He and Yi Qian's flight is at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Since there's still plenty of time, why don't we go out for a meal first?" Chapter 13:15. You're the captain. Now that Yi Qian is leaving, you must have a lot to say. Say whatever you want while we're eating. Otherwise, she won't be able to hear what you want to say when Yi Qian leaves. It was a little quiet. Only the sound of the waves gently beating against the stone pier could be heard. The sound of water splashing could be heard. Li Jinyan didn't understand why the Great Merman would say such things. The flight is at 2 o'clock. It's 11 o'clock now. It's getting late. His gaze swept across Yi Qian's face calmly. His thin lips straightened a little. Also, I've already said what I wanted to say. Yi Qian, do you remember? How dare you say there's nothing fishy going on? I've already said what I wanted to say. You've already said everything? That's good, that's good. Don't leave any regrets. The Great Merman smiled brightly. He was known as the gentle and easygoing vice captain in the team. Li Jinyan narrowed his eyes and glanced at the Great Merman indifferently. It was very indifferent, but it was a cold warning to the Great Merman not to speak carelessly. When Xianxia retracted his hand, he seemed to inadvertently take a small step closer to Yi Qian, closing the distance between them to less than the width of a fist. Seeing Li Jinyan warning his vice captain with his gaze, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. If Yi Qian does anything wrong, please point it out, Demon King. There's no need to feel burdened. Since the army sent her to you for training, it's to see her improvement. Moreover, based on my understanding of Yi Qian, she will accept criticism with an open mind and work hard to improve her shortcomings. With that, he changed the topic of the Great Merman's hidden meaning to the matter of training. The topic finally returned to normal. Even the atmosphere returned to normal. The Great Merman sighed inwardly after being warned by Xianxuan's gaze. Oh, Demon King, don't tell me you're not moved by such an outstanding female soldier like Yi Qian. Every time the 8 new soldiers in the team saw Yi Qian, their eyes lit up like lamps. They all wanted to show off their skills in front of Yi Qian. You're good. He only knew how to criticize and correct without the slightest bit of tenderness. The female soldiers that you personally sent over won't be too bad. They have improved a lot after more than 50 days of training. Li Jinyan did not say much. As he walked, he talked about Yi Qian's training. After a while, the topic shifted to the match in mid-October. I've already stepped up my training. The new soldiers will be taking part in the match at the same time. If Yi Qian comes up, you'll have to adjust her schedule. Yi Qian couldn't help but glance sideways at Xia Jinyuan. Together? Adjust her time? What's going on? There will be a match between our team and theirs at the end of October. Army intends to apply for you to join. Xia Jinyuan explained to Yi Qian. It was just decided a few days ago. As for you, you still need to discuss it with the military and the school. In other words, it was still unknown whether he could participate or not. It mainly depended on the arrangements of the school and the curriculum. Even Yi Qian did not have the right to decide on such matters. He only had the right to know. Hearing this, he nodded slightly to show that he understood. The 4 of them walked side by side, which made it very easy for Xia Jinyuan to secretly do something. He seemed to inadvertently hold Yi Qian's hand and gently stroke it. With a calm expression, he spoke to Li Jinyan as they walked. We will try our best to get her to join. We don't want her to miss out on such an opportunity. Okay, if you need us to step in, call us at any time. Li Jinyan also felt that this was a very good opportunity for Yi Qian. Moreover, he wanted to see her performance on land. A female soldier with a vicious aura around her, who had already completed missions at such a young age, how exciting would her performance on the battlefield be? Chapter 13:16. Yi Qian struggled a little, but he couldn't get rid of Xia Jinyan's hand, so he just let him be. The 2 of them walked close to each other, and they were only holding each other's pinky. At a glance, she couldn't tell anything. Forget it. They hadn't seen each other for more than 50 days. She couldn't help but want to hold his hand. She secretly hooked her pinky and listened as he chatted seriously with Li Jinyan. His side profile was so handsome that it was almost perfect, like a beautiful jade. When he spoke seriously, the corners of his mouth would slightly tighten, and there would be an inexplicable coldness between his brows. When he smiled, the coldness would dissipate, and he would be like a branch covered in a spring breeze. It was so soft that she couldn't help but want to raise her head and stroke his eyebrows. She could feel the warmth of the spring breeze. After looking at Yi Qian for a long time, Xia Jinyuan, who was talking, seemed to have sensed something. He looked over and immediately saw the affection in Yi Qian's eyes. Such a gaze. Xia Jinyuan felt exceptionally happy. Even his heart was filled with sweetness. It turned out that Xia Jinyuan, who was only holding Yi Qian's hand with his pinky, directly used his slender hand to hold it tightly. He held it so tightly that his thin lips couldn't help but curve upwards. He was in an exceptionally good mood. If it's possible after this, we can have an interactive training session to improve the tacit understanding between the 2 teams. Li Jinyan, who was looking straight ahead, said in a low voice as if he didn't know anything. With 2 to 3 months of tacit understanding training, we'll have a better chance against the Americans. When Xia Jinyuan spoke again with a smile, his low voice was so light that Li Jinyan and the big mermaid couldn't help but look over. Facing their gazes, Major Xia, who was holding hands, didn't panic at all. He answered clearly and seriously. 2 to 3 months is a little difficult. If we combine it with winter training, it might be much better. Seeing how serious Xia Jinyuan was, Yi Qian silently looked ahead. He would lose to Major Xia in terms of mental strength. He would lose to him in terms of thick-skinned skin. He would lose to him in terms of courage. He would lose to him in terms of courage. He held her hand, and his fingers hooked into her palm from time to time. He was constantly doing little things in private, but he was still able to look serious. The campsite was right in front of them. 2 sentries were standing guard at the dock. Xia Jinyuan had to stop his little actions and let go of Yi Qian's hand. When he let go, Yi Qian seemed to hear a reluctant sigh. After getting the warning, the mermaid pursed her lips slightly and sighed reluctantly. It seemed that Major Xia had something to do with Yi Jianjin. The two of them had been communicating with each other through their eyes, and the intimacy they showed made it impossible for anyone to get in between them. It took less than 10 minutes to walk from the military dock to the campsite. Since Xia Jinyuan understood Yi Qian's situation during training, he also chatted with Li Jinyan until the mid-October match. When he bid farewell to the Navy commander, he chatted for about 10 minutes before leaving. The military jeep that was heading to the helicopter base started. Li Jinyan watched the two of them leave until the jeep drove out of his sight. Then, he looked coldly at the Big Mermaid. Big Mermaid, you talk too much today. Sigh. I just feel that Yi Qian is quite a good match for you. The Big Mermaid took off her military cap and touched the top of her head with one hand. Her voice was a little gloomy. It's not easy for us to find a partner. You don't know how to coax girls. You have to solve this problem. Although Yi Qian is young, he's calm and has a good character. He can do everything. He's not afraid of hard work, blood, and tears. Also, he's a soldier. He'll definitely have a lot in common with you, and you can understand each other's difficulties. Genie in my heart. Sigh, it doesn't feel good. Chapter 13:17. Big Shark's sigh reflected the sadness of many instructors who were concerned about the soldier's marriage. The words feeling bad also reflected the thoughts of many instructors. Especially for special forces like Li Jinyan and the others, it was extremely difficult to find a partner. Sometimes, even if they found one, they might not be able to pass the background check, and their family members might not be able to pass. There was no other way. They were special operations forces. The other half of their families had to be clean, and their family members had to be innocent. This was to ensure the personal safety of the special operations forces, as well as the confidentiality of national secrets. Yi Qian, as a special forces soldier, was undoubtedly the best choice for male soldiers like Li Jinyan and the others. It was normal for Big Shark to be concerned about him. Soldiers shouldered the responsibility of protecting the country. They held guns in their hands during the day and thought about the distant her late at night. They also thought that there was another her who was thinking about him at this moment. The jeep was so far away that they couldn't even smell the exhaust fumes. Big Shark retracted his gaze and looked at his comrade, who was so deep in thought that even he, the vice captain, couldn't understand him. He asked in a low voice, "You really don't have any thoughts? What thoughts do you want to have?" Li Jinyan responded. His tone was cold and monotonous. Big Shark was worried that other than being a little emotional about training, he was indifferent about everything else. He wanted to know more, but there was nothing he could do. "If I could make you have any thoughts, I would have done it long ago. Why don't you take the opportunity? Can't you find Yi Qian? Come, tell me where she is. Why don't you have any thoughts at all?" The instructor was so anxious that his face turned red. Fortunately, his skin was dark, so it couldn't be seen. "I don't believe that you don't have any thoughts when such a beauty is standing in front of you." He had to get to the bottom of this, or he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep well. Thoughts? What thoughts? Thoughts about the female soldiers under his command? Li Jinyan pursed his thin lips. He didn't change his words under Big Shark's gaze. "You're thinking too much." Asking an introverted person to talk about his feelings towards girls, the Big Mermaid was undoubtedly asking for trouble. The words, "you're thinking too much," directly killed the Great Merman's next words of persuasion, leaving him unable to recover for a moment. After staring at his comrade, who maintained a cold expression no matter what, the Great Merman's face was filled with helplessness. "Jinyan, how can you go on like this? Can't you lower your standards a little? Even Yi Qian doesn't have any feelings for you. I really wonder if you don't have any feelings for any girl." Finally, there was a female soldier who was perfect in every aspect, but she said that he was thinking too much. Li Jinyan turned around and walked toward the military port. His cold and deep eyes looked at the reinforced concrete walls of the military port. As he listened to the sound of the waves crashing on the shore, a face that was even more stubborn than the male soldiers flashed across his mind. A faint smile that was almost invisible flashed across the corners of his mouth. The female soldier was very good. Even if he had some feelings for her, it would be in vain. Xia Jinyuan personally sent her here and took her back in the midst of his busy schedule. This already explained everything. If he still thought about something, it would only add to his troubles. The female soldier was very good. Unfortunately, she already had someone by her side. I really don't understand you guys. Major Xia said that there's nothing between him and Yi Qian. You also said that you don't have any feelings for Yi Qian. This won't do. When I go back, I have to ask the single soldiers in the unit who have feelings for Yi Qian. I don't believe that such an outstanding female soldier like her doesn't have any pursuits from the male soldiers. Chapter 13:18. Li Jinyan heard the big shark talking to himself behind him. He only paused for a moment, but he did not look back. He walked into the military port with his long and powerful legs. If he let the big shark worry about Yi Qian alone, would there be no male soldiers pursuing him? Who would dare to go after him when he had Xia Jinyuan by his side? Xia Jinyuan had no feelings for Yi Qian? That was still a question mark. Li Jinyan did not remind his vice captain. He knew him too well. He would not give up until he reached the Yellow River and would not turn back until he hit the wall. He would let him do as he pleased for a while, and when he realized that something was wrong, he would naturally stop. Li Jinyan really did not have any feelings for Yi Qian. He was purely appreciating him, and there were no romantic feelings. An outstanding female soldier was eye-catching, but how could he fall in love with her just because she was outstanding? The big shark did not think too much. He just wanted to solve his comrade's marriage. As the saying goes, too much concern leads to confusion. The gate of the military port slowly closed behind him. Li Jinyan, who was dressed in a Navy training uniform, walked under a tall coconut tree. He seemed to have thought of something and turned around. His gaze fell on the big shark's injured mouth. How did the wound on your mouth come about? Li Jinyan vaguely felt that this wound might have something to do with Xia Jinyuan. When you return to the port, spar with Major Xia for a while. He will beat you up in 15 minutes. The wound on the corner of his mouth turned green and red. The big shark touched it gently and gasped. I have to get a hot egg from the cookhouse. I didn't feel much pain just now, but now that you mention it, it hurts a little. Sure enough, it had something to do with Xia Jinyuan. As for the reason, Li Jinyan did not want to ask. Yi Jian was brought here by Xia Jinyuan. If the Great Mermaid wanted to matchmake Yi Jian, she would definitely ask Xia Jinyuan about Yi Jian's situation first. But the consequence of asking about Yi Jian's situation was to be beaten up. They had not fought for a few years, but Xia Jinyuan was still the same as before. He was ruthless and ruthless, but he could not find fault with him. Li Jinyan pursed his thin lips and finally patted his comrade's shoulder. Be careful during the competition in mid-October. You guys, I don't understand. The Great Mermaid seemed to have understood something. She shook her head and walked toward the canteen step by step. She wanted to fight for Demon King Li, but the other party didn't need it. Since that was the case, it would depend on fate. But he could also tell that Major Xia definitely treated Yi Qian differently. As for why it was different, he didn't get any answers even after asking for a long time. Pressing the corner of his mouth, the big merman sighed. What am I worrying about? The Demon King was right. They had to be careful during the competition. Major Xia's soldiers would only be more ruthless, but not the most ruthless. When it was close to noon, the Navy that had just returned from their training had already gathered. The sound of the chant drifted out of the military port with the sea breeze. Sitting in the car, Yi Qian looked up at the distant sea. More than 50 days of frogman training had ended just like that. Are you a little reluctant to part with it? Xia Jinyuan, who had been holding her hand the moment they got into the car, had been restraining himself. He resisted the urge to pull his little fox into his arms. Looking at the sunburn on the back of her neck, he didn't dare to hold her hand too tightly. He was afraid that he would lose control and hurt her. The car turned a corner, and a mountain blocked Yi Qian's view of the sea. Retracting his gaze, Yi Qian smiled faintly and gently held his hand. I've lived here for more than 50 days. I'm a little reluctant to part with it. Chapter 13:19. They took good care of me. Knowing that I was late, they specially took time out to train with me so that I could catch up with my comrades. Captain Xia, it was my fortune to have met them. They jumped into the sea together to feel the stillness of the water. They ran along the beach with weights on their backs. They swam together, and when they were almost drowned, their comrades pulled them up in time. They ran against the rising sun together, and then they lay on the beach together, exhausted, and let the water wash their bodies. They lived together for more than 50 days, leaving behind memories that were unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Yi Qian was used to being alone in his previous life. In this life, it was as if he was trying to make up for the regrets of his previous life. No matter where he was, he would always meet many people and experience many things. It would always add another precious scenery to his memories. He watched her talk about the training in detail. When she mentioned the water ghosts, her eyebrows were bright and beautiful. Her smile was as gentle as the sunlight falling on the leaves, full of vitality. Xia Jinyuan listened quietly. Watching her talk in high spirits, his elegant and handsome face had a warm smile. His little fox had grown up and changed a lot. In the past, her eyebrows were cold and unapproachable, like an injured little beast that no longer trusted anyone. When he talked to her, there was no other color in her dark eyes other than vigilance. When he first met her, she was so small but so bold. She was also full of thorns and did not trust anyone. She used a gaze that did not belong to her age to look around. She was very calm and cold. He was worried that she would be too cold and would not fit in with the group. He had also talked about this with Uncle Chun. Until now, he completely believed that as long as his little fox was willing, she would be able to gain kindness, friendship, and the love and respect of her comrades wherever she went. His little fox had grown up. He no longer had to worry about whether she was used to being in the army or whether she could get along with the soldiers. The grown-up little fox finally had a bright smile in her eyes. She was no longer cold and no longer rejected people. She had things that made her happy, comrades that made her think about, and goals that made her persevere. I'm very grateful for their help. If it weren't for them, I would have been constantly criticized by Demon King Li. With such a group of comrades by my side, no matter how hard or tiring it is, I will still be filled with joy. Although Yi Qian's eyes shone brightly as he spoke, his voice was like a musical note under the sun, full of vitality. His girl knew how to be grateful and valued friendship. She was a great girl, wasn't she? The smile at the corner of his mouth became deeper and warmer, and even his eyes were as gentle as water. We won't be apart for too long. If your school agrees, you can come and participate in the competition in mid-October. At that time, you will fight as a Navy frogman. We will test the results of your training and send your results to the military. Little fox, the sky belongs to you, and the life that belongs to you has just begun. He did not ask if Yi Qian's sunburn was painful. It was painful. How could it not be painful? He had sunburn before, and it hurt so much that he could not sleep at night. This was something that every soldier would experience. She was not the only one. His little fox was not that weak. A little fox that would not be defeated so easily had her own pride. Her pride told him that he did not need to worry about this little injury. Chapter 13:20. Xia Jinyuan forced himself to shift his gaze away from the back of her neck. He maintained a smile and said, "If the school doesn't agree, you can come back during the winter break." Her palms had become much rougher, and there was even a thin layer of calluses on her palms. Xia Jinyuan used his fingers to gently stroke the calluses that represented her hard work. His gaze was gentle as he gazed at her delicate face, which had become more and more tenacious after being exposed to the elements. His low voice was like the sound of a zither. "There will be a day when we meet again. It's just a matter of how long it will take." His comforting words made Yi Jian's heart sweeter than honey. She rolled her eyes and pursed her lips into a smile. "Why do you always treat me like a child? Meeting and parting are the most normal things. I'm not so weak that my mood will be affected by a separation. Also, after seeing the interaction between the Army and Navy, I think that we will have to work together and train together in the future. There will be a day when we meet again. We just have to wait for that day to come." In her previous life, she only stayed in each place for a few months. Meeting and parting were very normal for her, and she had already calmly faced separation. However, in this life, she had only met comrades who had selflessly helped her. Every separation had a reluctance that she did not have in her previous life, so she was more or less a little disappointed. Xia Jinyuan squeezed her palm. Sitting in the back seat, he glanced slightly at the Navy soldier who was focused on driving. He smiled faintly and changed the topic. There will be a chance to meet again. We will arrive at Hongkou Airport at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Do you plan to go home overnight? Or do you want to rest tonight and go home early tomorrow? It took nearly 8 hours to drive from Hongkou City to Shukou Village. The main reason was that it took 6 hours to drive from Shukou Village to the city, and it took another 2 hours to drive from Hongkou City to the city, so it would take 8 hours. Yi Qian answered without thinking. We can go back to the city from Hongkou City first, rest for the night, and go home around 4 o'clock in the morning. In summer, the sun rose early, and there was a faint light around 4 o'clock in the morning. Okay, we'll go with your arrangements. Xia Jinyuan agreed wholeheartedly. Seeing that there was still more than an hour before they would arrive at the airport, his gentle gaze swept across the dark circles under her eyes. He said softly, "Take a rest. I'll call you when we arrive." Although the road from the military port to the helicopter airport was winding and bumpy, it was all asphalt. Driving steadily, with a little bit of shaking, would indeed make one feel sleepy. Yi Qian woke up at 4 in the morning and finished his last morning training. He rested his head on the headrest in the back of the car. Within 5 minutes of Xia Jinyuan's warm breath, he fell asleep with a smile on his face. She fell asleep in 4 minutes and 8 seconds. Xia Jinyuan narrowed her eyes and looked at the sunburn under her ear again. If it weren't for the serious sunburn on the back of her neck, it wouldn't be a problem for her to drive back to Shukou Village tonight. Also, why was this little fox sleeping so obediently? She rested her head on the headrest and didn't move. Why didn't he see her body sway to his side and rest her head on his shoulder? With the Navy soldier in the car, Major Xia wouldn't take advantage of the female soldier so blatantly. He could only wait for Yi Qian to sway and rest on his shoulder. In the end, Yi Qian's sleeping posture was too obedient, and the Navy soldier drove steadily. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Xia Jinyuan decided not to come over. He went over. Chapter 13:21. The car made a 180-degree turn. Taking advantage of the fact that the Navy soldier was focused on driving and didn't look at the back seat, Major Xia pulled Yi Qian's hand to his side and finally allowed Yi Qian's head to rest on his shoulder. However, the two of them were separated by the luggage that was used to cover their hand in the beginning. Major Xia glanced at the luggage that he had helped them with just a moment ago, and in the next second, he directly opened it so that Yi Jian could completely lean on his shoulder. "Major, there are still a few more turns ahead. Please hurry." The Navy soldier thought that he was in too much of a hurry and took the next turn even slower. Xia Jinyuan raised his wrist to look at the time and said calmly, "There's no need to slow down. We're in a hurry." If he slowed down, how could he find an opportunity to pull Little Fox closer to him? Right now, the distance between the two of them was only the distance between their luggage bags. The elegant major always found a good way to make his wishes come true. The military port was getting further and further away from Yi Jian. Gradually, she couldn't even see the sea anymore. After more than 50 days of frogman training, Yi Jian, who had just returned, embarked on a new journey. She walked towards her goal with determination. They arrived at the heliport at 1:37. Xia Jinyuan was reluctant to wake up Yi Qian, who was sleeping soundly. He paused for a moment before lowering his head and saying softly, "Little Fox, we're here. Sleep after we get on the helicopter." After calling out to Yi Qian, she opened her eyes. There was no trace of confusion or drowsiness in her eyes. She was shocked to find that she had fallen asleep leaning on Xia Jinyuan's shoulder. She immediately sat up straight and looked at the driver's seat. "Silly girl, what are you panicking for?" Xia Jinyuan saw her frightened expression and couldn't help but chuckle. "I'm too tired. What's wrong with sleeping on a comrade's shoulder? Are you afraid of what others will say?" Yi Qian glared at him and said in a low voice, "Captain Xia, I always sleep in the same position. Don't think that you can hide your little movements from me. You're major after all. If the soldiers see you, it'll look bad." Soldiers also valued their reputation. For example, Xia Jinyuan and his men had to pay attention to military prestige. Would I be that careless? Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and smiled. There was a hint of naughtiness in his elegance. Not only did it not ruin his temperament, but it also added a kind of wanton flirtatiousness that could make a woman's heart flutter. You have to be fast and natural when doing this kind of thing. Yi Qian was speechless at his behavior. Just as she was about to open the car door and get out, she heard him say with a smile, "I've already restrained myself. Otherwise, I would have hugged you in my arms." She pushed the door open and got out of the car. Then, she closed the door. She needed some fresh air. She was shy so quickly. Xia Jinyuan got out of the car elegantly with his luggage in hand. His thin lips were still curled upwards. When they boarded the military helicopter, Yi Qian held onto the cabin door with both hands. She looked back one last time. Her brows revealed the coldness of a soldier. She pursed her lips a little and left the area guarded by the Wuxia Navy with the sound of the propeller. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Yi Jian and Xia Jinyuan, who had changed into casual clothes, arrived at the downtown area of Hongkou City. Xia Jinyuan, who was dressed casually, carried their shared luggage and took Yi Jian directly to the parking lot of a shopping mall. The car that Ho Zi had prepared had been waiting for them for a long time. Xia Jinyuan took the car key and opened the door for Yi Qian. He smiled at Ho Zi's subordinate and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Go back and tell Brother Z that I'll look for him when I come back." Chapter 13:22. Okay, young Master Xia. The person who delivered the car to Xia Jinyuan was Ho Zi's trusted assistant. He knew both Xia Yiwei and Xia Jinyuan, so he was very clear about Ho Zi's attitude towards the two siblings. He only turned and walked out of the parking lot after Xia Jinyuan drove away. They didn't stay in Hongkou City and even had dinner in the car. They drove all the way to Anyang City. When the car passed by number 1 middle school, Yi Qian looked at the bright red neon sign that read Anyang City First Key High School in the night and couldn't help but laugh. That year, I came to enroll alone. In the end, the vice principal of number 1 middle school told me that I could only attend number 1 middle school as an accompanying student. If I didn't agree, I wouldn't be able to attend high school. Thinking back to what happened 3 years ago, it seemed like yesterday. Thanks to her good memory, she could still remember everything that had happened that day. She even remembered the conversation with the vice principal. At that time, I was quite angry. I knew that Yi Zhifan might have done something behind my back. At that time, I thought that it was fine if I didn't attend this school. Even if I did, I was afraid that the college entrance examination would be difficult. I was angry, but I thought that since I still had a way out, I tore up the notice in front of the vice principal, took my luggage, and left the registration place. I felt so good that I wanted to laugh all the way and leave in a cool and unrestrained manner. Unfortunately, she wasn't arrogant. After tearing up the notice, she left under the shocked gazes of the parents and students. Xia Jinyuan, who was driving, didn't turn to look at her. He smiled faintly and said, "I came here to look for you, but the security guard said that you weren't there. I called to check and found that you were suspended from school. You came to number 1 middle school to look for me? Why didn't I know about it? You didn't mention it to me. It's all in the past. What's there to talk about?" Xia Jinyuan sneered. Seeing that she was looking at him with great interest, he continued, "When I rushed over, it happened to be the first snow in Anyang City. When the school guard heard that I was looking for you, he secretively told me that you weren't studying in number 1 middle school. For more details, you can ask around at the canteen in front. When he found out that you tore up the notice, the vice principal was so angry that he chased you for several miles. At that time, I was wondering why the girl was suddenly so arrogant. You said that you didn't want to study. You're too presumptuous." Yi Qian laughed. "And Jin's grandfather arranged for me to train. I didn't think too much about it. But since Yi Zhifan was the one, and I didn't want to waste a year, I didn't. That year was the year I gained the most. I went to the highlands, the snow mountains, the plains, and almost got stuck in a swamp. Finally, I came to the desert." At the mention of a desert, Yi Qian's eyes lit up like the stars in the sky. "Do you know what desert I went to? The Taklamakan Desert. I saw the most beautiful scenery in the desert poplar trees." At a red light, Xia Jinyuan stopped the car and looked at the girl he admired with gentle eyes. When he heard her mention the Taklamakan Desert, his thin lips curved into a deeper and gentler smile. I know. I also know that you were training near the Hetian River. If I told you that I was there when you were training, would you believe me? Yi Qian widened her eyes. You were there too? Where? He wouldn't lie to himself. If he said he was there, then he must have been there. In the sky. I was in the sky. He said softly, in the same place at the same time. I was flying a fighter jet in the sky, and you were either training or sleeping. Chapter 1323. All the way to the hotel room. Yi Qian was still in shock. What else had he done behind her back? What else had he done for her? After entering the hotel, Xia Jinyuan took out the clothes from the luggage one by one. They were all summer clothes. Each of them had an army training uniform, 2 sets of fitness shorts, and the summer clothes that they usually wore. Yi Qian didn't have many summer clothes. She was wearing a pair of thin jeans and a t-shirt. There were 2 t-shirts with the same design and 2 pairs of slim jeans in the luggage. Xia Jinyuan took out the clothes with his back facing her. He first took out a pair of black casual pants and a white short-sleeve shirt and put them aside. There's still a few days left. I didn't bring enough clothes. Come with me to buy some summer clothes later. Yi Qian nodded, no matter what he said. She quietly walked over to the young major, who was bending over to adjust his clothes. When he straightened his back, Yi Qian reached out and gently and quietly hugged his muscular waist from behind. She leaned closer to him and pressed the side of her face against his back. Xia Jinyuan, what else have you done for me? What else do you do for me that I don't know about? Is it because I don't know, or because I didn't ask? Are you planning to keep it from me forever? His body temperature was transmitted to her face through the thin material of his clothes, and it seemed to turn into a warm current that flowed into her heart bit by bit. It was warm, safe, and also dangerous. Even though she knew it was dangerous, she still fell without hesitation. Yi Qian gently rubbed her cheek against the soft material of his shirt. She closed her eyes and said, "Why didn't you tell me about all the things you did for me?" Such a proud man was willing to do so many things for her, but he never thought of telling her. Even a cold-hearted person would be touched. Even if he was in danger, she was still willing to throw herself into it. Xia Jinyuan, can you stop doing things for me in secret? If you do, please tell me, okay? The more I know, the more touched I will be, and the more I will fall in love with you. You want me to fall in love with you more and more, don't you? Silly girl. Xia Jinyuan held her hand around his waist and slowly turned her around to bury her head in his embrace. He lowered his head and smiled gently as he planted a kiss on the top of her head. Aren't you afraid that I'll do something to make you love me more and more? How could this be? How could he? How could Xia Jinyuan, who was as calm as a breeze, do something that he disdained to do? Yi Qian raised her head slightly to look at him. Her dark eyes were so clear that Xia Jinyuan could clearly see his own face reflected in her eyes, as if it had been branded into her heart. He couldn't help but tighten his long arms around her. His heart softened to the point that he wished he could embed her directly into his body and become one with her. Yi Qian, who was being held tightly by him, had already curled her lips into a smile. She replied firmly, "No, the Xia Jinyuan I know is an indomitable soldier. He is an upright man. He would never do something that a hypocrite would do." This was a form of trust, a trust without any impurities. She trusted him so much that she believed everything he said. Xia Jinyuan's heart softened even more. He planted a few light kisses between her brows and said, "Good girl, with your words, I feel that my life has been worth it." The lights in the hotel were warm and orange. The floral wallpaper on the wall reflected the 2 figures, one tall and one short, embracing each other. They looked so harmonious and affectionate. Chapter 1324. I didn't do much. Sometimes it's just a piece of cake. Silly girl, why do you always like it when I flatter you? Major Xia sighed. Although Little Fox was cunning, she was a complete blank piece of paper when it came to handling relationships between men and women. Just listen to what she said. Fortunately, the man she met was him, Xia Jinyuan. If he had been a playful bastard, wouldn't this little rascal be so stubborn that she would never dare to go against him? Fortunately, The man you found was me. Fortunately, I made my move in advance. Otherwise, Uncle Jin and Uncle Chun would have to worry about whether you would be cheated by a bad man. Little fox, remember what I said. It's natural for a man to be good to his woman. You can only be good to me if I'm good to you. Only then will you be good to our family in the future. I solved some problems for you because I didn't want you to be distracted. I wanted you to wholeheartedly follow in my footsteps and stand by my side as soon as possible. His voice was low and mellow. Together with a warm light, it was like a glass of mixed wine, full of temptation and mellow. I didn't want to tell you because it's something I want to do. Liking someone and loving someone isn't just a matter of words. You need to take action. Your childhood experience made you mature prematurely. You built a hard shell in your heart that sealed away all your emotions and made you distrust everyone around you. As for me, I want to pursue you. Of course, I have to find a way to enter your heart and enter your world. After he spoke, Xiao Yuan had no intention of stopping. He knew Yi Qian too well. If he didn't make it clear, she would continue to ask and remember it in her heart. He only hoped that she would happily complete her training every day and wholeheartedly walk the path of the military without any distractions or burdens. Yi Qian could already hear his words. Tears welled up in her eyes. She buried her entire face in his chest and felt this man's love for her. Xiao Yuan, you've been so nice to me. Aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word? His voice was a little muffled, but the corners of his mouth were raised high. Yi Qian knew that he was so happy that he felt like he was soaking in a jar of honey. Even his voice was full of sweetness. Xiao Yuan, who was hugging her tightly, suddenly laughed and said calmly, I will do something that moves you every day, and you will love me more and more. You should be worried that I will turn against you one day. The girl was about to cry. She could bleed and sweat during training, but when she returned to normal life, he couldn't bear to see her cry at all. The girl I love, I only wish for your sky to be free and carefree, to enjoy the sweetness of love. How can you cry? My good girl, you should be smiling like a blooming flower. Xiao Yuan lowered his head and gently rested his chin on Yi Qian's head. With a gentle gaze, he deliberately raised his voice and teased, Sai, I didn't think what I did was amazing, but after hearing what you said, I feel like my image has improved. Also, I can tell that my little fox wants me to love her a little more and dote on her a little more. Don't worry, I'll use my actions to tell you that I will love you a lot more and dote on you a lot more. Major Xia had the elegance and nobility that Yi Qian liked, but at the same time, he also had Yi Qian's helplessness and a heart that would tease her from time to time. Chapter 1325. Originally, she was so touched that her eyes were sore, and she wanted to cry. At this moment, she only wanted to pinch the muscles on his waist. Her hands happened to be around his waist, so Yi Qian did not hesitate to pinch the muscles on his waist. If you go back on your words one day, I'll carry a gun and carry a cannon on my back. I'll go to heaven and earth to find you. That's scary? The young major laughed out loud. Then I'll have to be more careful. With my little fox's instincts, I'm afraid a sniper bullet would be enough to kill me. That's too scary. I'd better be honest and stay by your side. I'll stay by your side. How about that? He was still laughing at the beginning, but when he lowered his voice at the end, Yi Qian was caught off guard and blushed. Can't we talk properly? I'm going to take a shower. Hurry up and go back to your room. Even though Yi Qian had a strong heart, he couldn't help but sniff at those sweet words. Xiao Yuan laughed even louder. He quickly lowered his head and kissed her lightly on the lips. I'll leave my luggage with you. Let's go to the night market in 5 minutes, okay? After training for so long, it's time for you to relax. We have to strike a balance between work and rest to win the next battle. The atmosphere was good, and the lights were warm. However, Xiao Yuan didn't make any further moves. Even his arms were gently wrapped around Yi Qian's waist. He was avoiding the sunburn on Yi Qian's back. He let go of his hands and placed a pair of shorts in her hands. Wear this. It's comfortable. When we get to the pharmacy later, we'll buy a cooling ointment. Your sunburn still needs to be treated. The injury on my shoulder isn't serious. You don't have to be so nervous. Yi Qian obviously knew that Xiao Yuan was avoiding his back. She pursed her lips and smiled. I only have sunburn from my shoulder to the back of my neck. As long as I don't rub it, I won't feel much other than a little pain. Every soldier will experience countless sunburns. Although my heart aches for you, I don't think you can rest just like that. As a soldier, you have to bear everything the military uniform gives you. Hard work and glory coexist. Xia Jinyuan, who had even restrained his smile, quietly looked at the girl who had always been strong. He said in a low and gentle voice, "Training hard is just for the sake of fighting in the future. Little fox, I'm sorry that you're injured. However, as a soldier, my principles and your pride tell me that you're not a fragile porcelain doll. You don't need to be too concerned about the most common sunburn." He was the one who knew him best. Yi Qian smiled brightly. "I like the considerate Captain Xia." "Wrong. You should say that I love the considerate Captain Xia. My intuition tells me that if I keep you here, I'll have to listen to something that makes me blush again. Xia Jinyuan, turn around. Let's go." Yi Qian's sixth sense was telling him to hurry up and chase this elegant yet dangerous major out of the room. Otherwise, he'd have to listen to sweet nothings again. After taking the clothes, Xia Jinyuan turned around and left with a smile on his face. His little fox was shy again. The door closed. Although Xia Jinyuan had left, his warm scent still lingered in the air. Yi Qian stood there for a while with a cotton short-sleeved shirt in her hand. Then, with a slight smile, she went into the shower. 5 minutes later, the two of them came out wearing the same fitness shirt and shorts. In Xia Jinyuan's words, they were wearing matching outfits. Yi Qian, who didn't understand the situation, replied bluntly, "Then I'll wear matching outfits with my comrades in the army every day." Chapter 1326. In that second, Major Xia's expression froze. After a while, he rubbed his forehead and sighed. "We have to stop talking about this topic. We can't talk about it anymore." If he had known, he would have worn his own clothes. When Yi Qian took the initiative to hold his arm, Major Xia took his girlfriend to the busiest night market in Anyang City. The city in summer was even busier at night than during the day. The night market in the center of Anyang City had just begun. Wearing the army's uniform, the two held hands and went shopping for the first time since they started dating. The two of them weren't very interested in eating. They wore the army's uniform all year round and used the uniform issued by the army. Therefore, the two of them only needed to hold hands and walk among the crowd. They listened to all kinds of sounds and enjoyed the rare time they had together. "I used to dream of holding your hand, going out for a walk with you, going out for a look." From holding hands to interlocking fingers, Xia Jinyuan, who had a lazy look on his handsome face, turned to look at Yi Qian, who also had a relaxed look on her face. "The time we can go shopping together will be very, very little. Little fox, you have to be mentally prepared." Passing through the crowd, even if it was noisy and lively, to be able to be led and protected by him like this gave her a sense of peace. Yi Qian held his hand gently. With a smile in her eyes, she said softly, "I remember everything you wrote in the letter. You said that in winter, we can be neighbors with snowy mountains. In summer, we can be companions with the sea. In autumn, we can dance with the yellow sand. And in spring, we can spend time together in the jungle. We can challenge our limits day and night, and we can pass through the smoke of war. Is this kind of interaction more unforgettable than those romantic interactions?" "Captain Xia, I can answer you now. I have no regrets in this life. Love in the smoke of war. You and I can be together in life and death. We don't need romantic stories. What we need is to be comrades who can rely on each other for the rest of our lives. Choosing this kind of love, I have no regrets in this life." Her eyes were extremely bright as she answered him. Her expression was serious, and her words were serious. His little fox definitely did not know how beautiful she was at this moment. She was so beautiful that she was like the brightest aurora, with a stunning beauty that could attract everyone's attention. Xia Jinyuan's heart was in love with him. She told him that she had no regrets in this life as they stood in the middle of the crowd. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and he could no longer hold himself back. He pulled her into his arms and said, "I have no regrets in this life." He answered as such. What was the love between two special forces soldiers? They were seizing the time to enjoy the rare time together because they didn't know if they would be separated in the next second. It was giving without any complaints or regrets, only for the sake of making the other party happy. He or she was using his or her life as the price to exchange for his or her safety. The love between Special Forces soldiers was not something that could not be seen in the light, and they would not endure the bone-deep yearning in a dark and damp corner. The love between Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian was as bright as the sun, as tall and straight as the pine tree, and as pure as the white snow, untainted by the dust of the world. No one paid attention to the two lovers who couldn't help but embrace each other. Some people walked past, and some people walked over. Yi Qian couldn't hear those voices, and all he could hear was the sound of his strong and powerful heartbeat. The buzzing sound of his cell phone broke their embrace. Xia Jinyuan released his right hand from her slender waist, took out his cell phone, and glanced at the caller ID. He suddenly glanced at Yi Qian, and then picked up the call. It was 9 o'clock. Why would Uncle Jin call him? Chapter 1327. Uncle Jin's condition isn't very good. Yi Qian, we need to go back now. It was such a hot season, but the cold suddenly came out of nowhere and rushed into her body, making her shiver violently. It was too cold, too cold. It was so cold that her mind was still blank and her teeth were chattering. She wanted to say something, but no words came out. The moment Yi Qian's vision blurred, Xia Jinyuan held her hand tightly with his warm and strong hand. Seeing the color on her face fade, the major felt a stab in his heart. He held her trembling hand tightly and said calmly, "Let's go back to the hotel now. Pack up and go back to town." His warm and strong hand supported her like a pillar. Yi Qian pursed her pale lips and said, "Go back to the hotel. Go back to the hotel immediately." Her voice was very stiff, and she didn't even feel like she was talking. She grabbed his warm hand and took a deep breath. "I'm afraid Uncle Jin's condition isn't very good. Uncle Chun and the others never contacted me about family matters. This time, they contacted me through you. It seems that Uncle Chun has already asked around in the military. Captain Xia, I want to go home. I want to go home immediately." After all, Yi Qian was a Special Forces soldier who had undergone special training. Although her voice was still a little stiff, her mind was clear. "I'm afraid the problem is very serious. Captain Xia, thank you for your hard work tonight." Xia Jinyuan was relieved that she could calm down immediately. He held her hand and strode towards the hotel. His low voice was calm and steady, which made Yi Qian feel at ease. "Uncle Chin's voice is not bad. Don't let your imagination run wild before you see him." How could she not let her imagination run wild? After her rebirth, the person who supported her and gave her confidence was the old man with gray hair and wise eyes. When she cried, the old man told her that the road ahead was long and crying was also a way to walk. When she felt helpless, the old man told her that the road ahead was long and she needed to know how to pick it up. When she was filled with hatred, the old man told her that she still had a long way to go. She shouldn't let people who weren't worth it affect her. When she was harvesting, the old man told her that there was still a long way to go. She had to walk firmly toward her goal. When she felt wronged, the old man told her that there was still a long way to go and that she had to learn to protect herself. When she was angry, the old man told her that there was still a long way to go. She had to learn to endure and wait for the right time. It was because of this tolerant, magnanimous, and wise old man that she did not let her rebirth be buried by hatred. Instead, she walked a path that was more exciting than hatred. If it wasn't for Uncle Jin, Yi Qian could imagine that even if she was reborn, she wouldn't be able to join the military. She would probably only have one goal, which was to take down Yi Jifan. She would grow up in hatred and become someone who only knew revenge and no longer cared about herself. Tears flowed down her cheeks unknowingly, drop by drop. In the end, her eyes became blurry. Xia Jinyuan didn't say too many comforting words. He just put a tissue in her hand and said softly, "It takes 6 hours to get to town from Anyang. I'll drive for 3 hours, and you'll drive for 3 hours. After you're done crying, take a nap." He started the car, and adjusted the rearview mirror to make sure that when he looked up, he could see Yi Qian's personal situation clearly. His little fox was an introverted and calm person. Words of comfort would not have much effect on her because she knew in her heart that this was not the case. Chapter 13:28. She wouldn't cry even if she was hurt, so she decided to cry for a while. Once she did, she would feel better. Yi Qian understood that because she understood everything, she felt even sadder and sadder. In her previous life, when she returned to Shuku village at the age of 19, Uncle Jin was no longer there. Yi Qian didn't even make a sound as she cried. 2 streams of tears flowed from her eyes, down her cheeks, and down her beautiful chin. She held a white tissue in her hand and cried silently without moving. Xia Jinyuan, who was driving, felt his heart clench in pain. The car drove out of Anyang City and entered the entrance of the provincial highway. Without the neon lights, the car was plunged into darkness. Xia Jinyuan instinctively wanted to turn on the interior lights, but just as he raised his hand, he heard Yi Qian say hoarsely, "Don't turn on the lights. I'm fine. I'll be fine after crying." Yi Qian wiped her tears with a tissue. Her nose was red, and she lowered her head. Her thin shoulders were so sad that they seemed to have collapsed. Xia Jinyuan pursed his lips and said softly, "Birth, old age, sickness, and death are natural laws. No one can avoid them. Besides, the situation isn't very good right now. There's no other bad news. Get some sleep. We still need you to drive in 3 hours." This was the only way to let her sleep for a while. Only by sleeping could she have the energy to face everything. Yi Qian's nose was a little blocked from crying. She sniffed softly and showed a hint of weakness that she didn't usually have. She didn't want to talk, so she nodded gently. She leaned against the car door and closed her eyes. She didn't say a word. Even her sadness was silent. Xia Jinyuan couldn't bear to see her like this. He turned the steering wheel to the left, turned on the car's emergency lights, and parked by the side of the road. His handsome face tensed up as he pushed open the door and got out of the car. Yi Qian heard the noise and opened her eyes. She saw Xia Jinyuan walk around the front of the car. The glaring headlights shone on his figure, and she could clearly see that his handsome side profile was tense. Yi Qian couldn't help but sit up straight. She watched him walk to her side and open the car door. "What's wrong? Is it—" Before she could finish, he grabbed her hand and said in a low voice, "Get off." Yi Qian. Yi Qian, whose eyes were swollen from crying, got out of the car. Before she could steady herself, he grabbed her waist and pulled her into his embrace. "I want to kiss you right now. You can open your eyes and look at me, or you can close your eyes and feel me." "What?" Yi Qian, who was a little dizzy from crying, couldn't keep up with his rhythm. While he was distracted, the man's refreshing scent came crashing down on him. He didn't have time to think or guess why he suddenly did this. His lips were kissed. The night breeze was not as hot as it was during the day. It was cool and refreshing. Yi Qian, who was kissed by him until she could not breathe, clutched his t-shirt tightly. She stood on her tiptoes and endured his fierce kisses. His nimble tongue swept across her mouth, and he sucked hard on her lips. Occasionally, he would curl his tongue around hers and steal her breath. Yi Qian, who had never been kissed like this before, leaned into his embrace. Her hands gripped his t-shirt tightly so that she wouldn't collapse from the kiss. She didn't know how long they kissed, but when he let go, Yi Qian's eyes were misty. She looked up at him with her misty eyes and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" He kissed her so fiercely that her lips started to hurt. Chapter 13:29. Don't suppress your sadness. You still have me. I'm standing right in front of you. Xia Jinyuan was not good at kissing, but he knew that their lips must have turned red this time. He pursed his lips, which were still a little sore from the kiss, and said slowly, "Don't cry alone. My shoulders, my arms, and my body are all for you to rely on. I'm right here. You only need to look up to find me. You only need to call me, and I'll respond immediately." She curled up in the corner and cried quietly, as if she had been abandoned by everyone. She was so pitiful that it made his heart ache. "I can understand your hardships, and I can understand your joy. Similarly, I want to understand your sadness. With me here, You don't have to suppress your tears. Don't be afraid that I'll see your sadness. Who am I? I'm your boyfriend. I'll be your pillar of support for the rest of your life. I'm also your comrade who will fight side by side with you. Little fox, remember, I'll always be your pillar of support. Always. Yi Qian, who had been looking up at him, blinked gently, and tears fell from her eyes. It turned out that he was feeling sorry for her again. Xia Jinyuan, she murmured softly, and slowly wrapped her arms around his waist. She buried her head in his warm embrace, and the tears that she had tried so hard to hold back gushed out again, wetting his clothes drop by drop. The last time she went back to Shuku village, she saw Uncle Jin's increasingly hunched back, and his hands were so thin that the veins on his hands were bulging. She listened to his suppressed coughs, and at that time, she was already slightly worried, but she still held on to the hope that nothing would happen. There was no such thing as luck. Once something happened, her self-righteousness would become a joke. I thought that nothing would happen. I thought that there was still a lot of time. I thought that Grandpa Jin could continue to accompany me, and I could continue to accompany him. I didn't go home during the holidays, and I didn't stay to accompany the old man. Now I want to accompany the old man. Captain Xia, I want to accompany the old man. She spoke intermittently, and each word seemed to contain beads of blood. Her sobs were so sorrowful that the surrounding air was dyed with sorrow. Xia Jinyuan only dared to hug her waist and quietly listen to her sobs. Occasionally, he would raise his hand and gently stroke her back to calm her rapid breathing, or lower his head to kiss her hair to give himself silent support. Listening to her crying, he looked at the girl in his arms with the warmest and most gentle gaze. Let's go back to accompany Uncle Jin now. There's no need to rush. We'll go back now. Uncle Jin won't blame you. He will only feel happy that the child he raised has finally grown up and become a soldier who protects the country. His biggest wish was to see you walk into the military camp and carry a steel gun. You did it. Look, you become a military school student, and in a few days, you'll have your own military uniform. You've done what Uncle Jin hoped for. Yes, Uncle Jin, who had dedicated his life to the military, was only happy that the cowardly child who once made him feel hopeless had become sensible and stood up. He had even become a special forces soldier who could protect the country and fight on the front line. He was very happy, very happy. Uncle Jin, whose nostrils were plugged with a breathing tube, had a slight smile on his face. He closed his wise eyes and quietly lay on the bed. His face was already pale, and if it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest and the wave-like heartbeat monitoring device beside him, one would almost think that the old man had passed away. Chapter 1330. This was the hospital in town. According to Uncle Jin's request, he was transferred from the city's armed police hospital to the town's hospital. There were 2 military doctors and 2 nurses accompanying him. Principal Chun sat quietly beside the bed. He hadn't slept for 2 days and his eyes were bloodshot. Looking at the old man lying motionlessly on the bed, this world-class sniper even shed tears. He couldn't take it anymore. He had endured until now just to wait for Yi girl to come back. Someone gently pushed the door open and walked to Principal Chen's side. He patted his shoulder and said, "Old Chun, go and rest. Old Yin and I will keep watch tonight." Then, Commander Liu put the bottle of mineral water he bought into Principal Chen's hand and said, "You don't eat or drink. Do you think you are made of iron? Yi girl should be back in the second half of the night. You have to be alert and talk to her. Also, if you are like this, what will happen to her? She's already sad enough. If you do it again, she will cry until she faints." Political Commissar Yin, who came in with an aluminum box, immediately said, "Old Liu is right. If you don't take care of yourself, Yi girl won't even have a backbone when she comes back." They didn't want to wake up Uncle Jin, so they all lowered their voices and tried to persuade Headmaster Chun to take a rest. "I don't feel sleepy. I am afraid that once I close my eyes, Uncle Jin will leave. You heard what the military doctor said. Uncle Jin will be back in a few days." Principal Chun rubbed his face. His body was tired, but his brain was tense all the time. He was so awake that he didn't feel sleepy at all. The 4-drip was dripping down the tube, replenishing Uncle Jin, who couldn't eat for a week and maintaining his life. Headmaster Chen's gaze landed on the foretube. His voice was so hoarse that it sounded like gravel rubbing against stone. He said bitterly, "And the people from the military academy haven't come over yet. If we don't settle everything, we can't sleep. Since the military academy has already agreed, it should be tomorrow." Political Commissar Yin opened the aluminum lunchbox and even prepared a spoon for Principal Chun. "Eat something. You won't sleep or eat. Do you want little Yi to come back and take care of you?" Principal Chun put the lunchbox into his hands and sighed deeply. "I don't feel hungry, and I don't feel tired either. But you're right. When little Yi comes back and sees me like this, she'll be worried about me. I'll go back and change my clothes later. I don't want her to worry." Regiment Commander Lu nodded. "Go back after you're done eating. If you're tired, you could take a nap at home. Old Uncle left it to us. The old man has served the country his whole life and dedicated his life to the team. Now that he's sick, it's our duty to guard him and take care of him." The old man had never married in his entire life. He educated the young soldiers in the army like his own children and treated the army as his home. His family should be present at the last moment. Knowing that the old man's life was coming to an end, the army started to prepare. According to the instructions of the military headquarters, the old revolutionary Li Changjin, who had dedicated his whole life to the country, was going to have a state funeral. All the flags in the army were to be lowered to half, and all the soldiers took off their hats to mourn. Old Uncle Jin's consciousness had always been in a blurry state. Now that he was in a deep sleep, even the military doctors didn't go to rest. 2 military doctors and 2 nurses took turns to be on duty just in case. Dr. Zhou from the town hospital, who was Jiaxin's mother, stopped her daughter who wanted to go to the ward. She warned her in a low voice, "Don't go and cause trouble. If Yiqian comes back, I'll tell you. Go to bed and lie on your stomach. It's already 12 o'clock. Do you want to sleep?" Chapter 1331. And Jiaxin, who was chewing gum to refresh herself, retracted her leg and said to her mother with a serious expression, "Mom, the old man lying inside is Yiqian's grandfather. He's her most important relative. I want to accompany Yiqian, even if I have to stay up all night. I'm her friend, regardless of whether she needs me when I see her later. Mom, I want to stand where I can see her. If you're tired, go and rest. Don't worry about me." At this moment, Dr. Zhou truly felt that his daughter had grown up. He patted his daughter's shoulder and looked at her lovingly. "You've grown up. You know how to give, how to treat others well, and how to be grateful. Your friendship with Yiqian, Mom hopes that you'll maintain a pure heart at all times and cherish this precious friendship. Mom, I won't persuade you anymore. I won't persuade you anymore." When children grew up, they had different thoughts from adults. They had their own sense of propriety and their own attitude towards life. As adults, they did not need to control their children all the time. When it was appropriate and right, they should let go if they could. And Jiaxin's lips curled up into a smile. She held Dr. Zhou's hand and said softly, "Thank you, Mom. Go and rest. I won't cause trouble in the ward. It's the same for me to stay here." The doctor on duty's office was at the entrance of the ward. She would be able to see Yiqian when she returned. Dr. Zhou stroked his daughter's black hair and reminded her, "Yiqian's grandfather is not a simple person. You can tell that he's usually an officer in the army. When you see Yiqian later, don't force your way through to avoid causing trouble for others. Do you understand?" Besides, Yiqian was able to guide all the girls in the dormitory to get into one of the top universities in the country. It was obvious that he was a very self-disciplined and opinionated child. A child like this would have his own plans and did not need too many people to make decisions for him. His daughter just needed to accompany him quietly and not interrupt. I know. I've known Yiqian for 5 years. Mom, I know him better than you do. Go and rest. Go and rest." As she spoke, and Jiaxin pushed Dr. Zhou's shoulder and walked toward the waiting room. Although it was called a lounge, it was just a partition separated by a screen. Behind it was a single bed that was just big enough for one person to lie on. As soon as the mother and daughter walked to the cubicle, they heard footsteps coming from outside, and Jiaxin, who seemed to have sensed something, turned her head and saw a familiar figure walking through the narrow office door. Beside her was the soldier who she didn't dare to look directly at. With her boyfriend accompanying her, she felt much more at ease. That was Yi Qian, wasn't it? At some point, Dr. Zhou had also turned around. He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked with uncertainty, "It should be Yi Qian, right?" And Jessen's face flashed with surprise as she nodded. "It's her. Mom, go to sleep. I'll go to the door and take a look." While there were not many people in the middle of the night, she stood at the door and watched. When there were more people in the day, she would come back. It was really Yi Qian, who was not afraid at all when facing the criminals that night. He was even calmer than an adult. After not seeing him for 4 years, this child's aura was so strong that it was frightening. Even if they did not see each other face to face and only saw her passing by, the calmness in her movements was not like that of a 19-year-old girl. She was like the army officers who came in and out of the town hospital over the past few days. Chapter 1332. Military school is indeed the best choice for her. Dr. Zhou sighed. Who would have thought that an orphaned and weak child would reach this stage today? She became a celebrity in Fujian town, the first child in the town to be admitted to military school. Now, who did not know Yi Qian's name? When Yi Qian was mentioned, the first thing people said was, "Wow, amazing, the top scholar in Shuko village, the first student in our town to be admitted to military school. Amazing, amazing." Birds of a feather flocked together. Yi Qian's achievements today were probably due to the influence of that old woman. And her daughter also had her help. Otherwise, with her daughter's grades, it would have been difficult for her to get into a second-tier university, let alone Pu University. "Mom, I'll go take a look. I want to accompany you." What Jessen saw was not Yi Qian's fierce military aura. She saw Yi Qian's sadness that she had never seen before. She said sadly, "She's not feeling well. I'll go accompany her." What was a true friend? A true friend might not appear when you were glorious, but they would definitely appear when you were sad, or helpless. They would give you selfless help that you did not need in return. They would not disturb you when you were happy, but when you were worried, they could not help but worry for you. You only needed to look up, and you would see a true friend silently by your side. And Jessen was such a friend. She did not walk into the ward. She only saw Yi Qian standing by the bed, seemingly unwilling to take a step forward. Her tears fell like rain. She knew it. She knew it. Yi Qian would be very sad, very sad. Fortunately, her boyfriend was by her side, comforting her and giving Yi Qian a stronger emotional support. She would not have to face it alone and be sad alone. Regimental Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yin, who were keeping watch at night, did not notice Jessen standing at the door of the ward. They were all looking at Yi Jian worriedly, who refused to walk to the bedside after she walked in. They were afraid that she would not be able to accept it in a short time, and something would happen to her. "Little Yi, come over here." Political Commissar Yin, who was standing by the bed, waved his hand and said kindly, "Uncle Jin woke up an hour ago. Sit here and accompany him. When he wakes up, talk to him." Yi Jian wanted to walk over as well, but her legs felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. She couldn't take a single step. She stared blankly at Uncle Jin, who even had to rely on machines to maintain his breathing. She looked at the old man lying on the white bed. Uncle Jin. Grandpa's face. Grandpa's eyes. Grandpa's like he would never wake. She wanted to walk over, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move her feet. Looking at Grandpa Jin, who was already at the end of his life, she couldn't move her feet. Taking a step forward not only required courage, but also the reality of the old man's weakness and the fact that he did not have much time left. Regiment Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yin did not notice Xia Jinyuan's actions, nor did they notice the intimacy between them. Instead, when they saw Yi Qian take a step forward, they both stepped forward at the same time, wanting to help Yi Qian. The two of them doted on Yi Qian as if she was their own daughter. They could not bear to see her in such pain. Chapter 1333. Little Girl Yi. When Yi Qian finally walked to the bedside, Commissar Yin gently stroked her hair and said earnestly, "Don't forget what I taught you. Being strong and brave is the first lesson I taught you. You must always remember it in your heart. No matter what you face, you must be strong and brave. Do you understand?" Yi Qian's lips trembled slightly at the elder's sincere teachings and meticulous care. Tears reached the corners of her eyes, but she held them back. When she nodded heavily, the tears finally came out. I understand. Don't worry. She was already in this state, but she still knew to tell the people who cared about her that she was fine. His little fox's pure heart also made his heart palpitate. Yi Qian sat down and held Uncle Jin's skinny right hand. She lowered her head and let the tears flow down drop by drop. It was very quiet in the ward. Everyone's breathing was so soft that it was almost inaudible. After speaking softly, they stood aside and quietly watched Uncle Jin sleep. His chest was only moving up and down slightly. They were afraid that if they made too much noise, they would wake up the old man from his light sleep. In fact, everyone knew that he was not in a light sleep. He was in a coma. Colonel Liu gestured to make a phone call and quietly left the ward. He wanted to call Principal Chun, who had gone back to wash up. It took 6 hours to drive from Anyang to town by car at 60 kilometers per hour, but they only took 3 hours. The two of them drove from the provincial highway to the highway, and little girl Yi arrived at 12:30. "Let's go together," Commissar Yin said softly, and said to Xia Jinyuan, "Major, let's stand outside for a while. Leave some space for little girl Yi. This child is too restrained." Xia Jinyuan had the same idea. He nodded slightly and followed Colonel Liu and Commissar Yin out. Commissar Yin sighed and said softly, "We'll leave little girl Yi in your care. Uncle Jin's funeral will be handed over to the army. Please help us take care of little girl Yi." Why didn't they transfer him to the provincial hospital? Don't the doctors have any way to save him? Xia Jinyuan, who was handsome and cold, had to turn around to take a look before he spoke, as if he was afraid that Yi Qian would hear him. He lowered his voice and said, "How can you stay in the town hospital? Uncle Jin has been in poor health for the past 6 months. During the new year, we even stayed in the provincial hospital for more than 20 days without telling little Yi. At the end of May, we stayed in Anyang for more than 10 days. Every time, Uncle Jin told us not to tell little Yi. This time, he suddenly fainted. We used a helicopter to send him to the city. There's no other way. The old man's life has entered the countdown. Before this, old uncle strictly ordered us not to disturb little Ye's training. When he woke up at around 9:15 last night, he told us that little Yi had finished her training and came back on a big ship. Old uncle said that he wanted to see little girl Yi and talk to her. He also said that he wanted to see little girl Yi wear her own military uniform and salute him." As Commissar Yin spoke, the corners of his eyes turned red. Old Chun immediately contacted Major General Yang of the army. At 9:30, we knew that little girl Ye's training had really finished. You even want to pick her up. I didn't expect that old uncle's dream was actually real. Little girl Yi was really training with the Navy and came back on a ship. He missed her too much, so he had dreams. Chapter 1334. Xia Jinyuan's Adam's apple moved slightly, and he pursed his thin lips. Did the military academy send anyone over? Yes. Major General Yang personally contacted the University of Science and Technology of China, and the school was very cooperative. They brought Yi Qian's student ID and military uniform and rushed over by train. They will arrive tomorrow morning at 8. They will arrive in town in the afternoon. Upon hearing this, Xia Jinyuan's eyes darkened. The bus from the city to town will take 7 hours. I'm afraid they won't make it in time. Arrange for a helicopter. I will arrange for a private helicopter. Political commissar, call the air traffic control and approve the flight route. Okay, this is not difficult. Political commissar Yin sighed countless times that night. He was also afraid that they would not make it in time. He even considered whether to mobilize the military helicopter again. Principal Chun, who had received the call at the entrance of the town hospital, ran all the way over. He ran up the stairs in a few steps and saw Xia Jinyuan standing under the dim yellow light. Before he could speak, Xia Jinyuan heard the noise and looked up. "Uncle Chun, it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Principal Chun walked over in a few steps. His eyes were bloodshot. He condensed all his words into one sentence and repeated, "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." It's good that you're back. Yi Qian can send Uncle Chen off, and Uncle Chen can rest in peace. Xia Jinyuan was not unfamiliar with the experience of life and death. As a Special Forces soldier on the frontline battlefield, he had experienced several farewells in the past few years. However, at this moment, his heart was still in pain. Yi Qian is accompanying Uncle Jin in the ward. She hasn't stopped crying since she received your call. She only slept for 2 hours after I told her that we needed to take turns driving. Xia Jinyuan explained Yi Qian's condition in detail to prevent Principal Chun from worrying. She's fine now. She's not too emotional. It's just that when she entered the ward just now, she couldn't take a step out. She's still afraid that the moment will come. She understood everything, but if the moment really came, the calm Yi Qian would be so sad that she would lose control of her emotions. Xia Jinyuan was afraid that she would hurt herself if she was too sad. With Uncle Jin around, little Yi will listen to Uncle General, she will listen to Uncle Jin, Principal Chun, who had suddenly aged a few years, said in a low and hoarse voice. His usually resolute eyebrows were filled with grief. My uncle always said that his life was worth it. Even if he were to die one day, he would die peacefully. The only thing I'm worried about is little Yi. If I ask you to go over later, say something to make me feel at ease and let me leave without any worries. His words made both Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yan's eyes turn red. This first-rank sergeant major, who had dedicated his whole life to the army, raised an orphan with selfless love, let her receive the best education, and led her to a bright future. Now that she was going to leave, who would be willing to part with her? Xia Jinyuan nodded solemnly. Uncle Chun, don't worry. I will swear on my life that I will take care of Yi Qian for the rest of my life. We will advance and retreat together, and I will never leave her. When Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yin heard this, they finally realized the relationship between the two of them. However, there was not much joy on their faces. Instead, there was a hint of worry. Would Lieutenant General Xia agree to this? My dad already told me that he recognizes Yi Qian as his daughter-in-law. I already called my dad on the way here. I will arrive in town around 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Uncle is worried about Yi Qian. I will let him leave with a smile on his face. Chapter 1335. Principal Chun patted Xia Jinyuan's shoulder heavily. Good. You're a man of your word. Uncle Jin believes in you. I believe that you'll take good care of little Yi. Lieutenant General Xian knew and admitted it himself. Only then did Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yin, who had been worried, feel relieved. They all believed in Xia Jinyuan and believed that he would really take care of little Yi for the rest of her life. And Jiasin, who had run back to the doctor's office when she saw them coming out, gritted her teeth, stood on her tiptoes, and moved gently with her back against the wall. She wanted to go directly to the ward to talk to Yi Qian. Thinking that she hadn't been discovered, she moved into the ward, patted her chest, and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Turning around, and Jiasin saw Yi Jian holding Uncle Jin's skinny hand tightly. Yi Jian's back was filled with sadness. She quietly looked at the old man who was breathing weakly, and Jiasin's heart ached terribly. She walked over and called out softly, "Little Jian." Outside, Xia Jinyuan looked away from the ward and explained, "And Jiasin, Yi Qian's best friend. Her mother is Dr. Zhou from the town hospital. It's already so late. I'm afraid she's waiting for Yi Qian to come back. That child is not bad." Principal Chen recognized in Jiasin. He saw her bend over and put her arms around Yi Qian's shoulders. His gaze was gentle as he said, "She's a sincere person. She can play with little Yi." It should be said that the girls in little Yi's dormitory were not bad. They often called during the summer vacation. A girl named Li Qian saw that she couldn't find Yi Qian and was afraid that something had happened to Yi Qian. She actually asked her parents to drive to Shuka village. It was little Yi's fortune to have friends like them. At around 1:30 a.m., and Jiasin walked out of the ward with red eyes. If it weren't for Yi Qian's persuasion, she would have stayed with him until dawn. Jane Eyre said that she wanted to stay with Grandpa until dawn. She walked out and said in a sobbing voice, dragging her feet as she left. She also couldn't bear to see these matters of life and death. Xiao Jinyuan looked at the time and said in a deep voice, Uncle Chun, I'll stay here to accompany Yi Qian. You, Tuan Lu, and political commissar should rest. I'm afraid I'll be busy tomorrow, so I'll have to trouble you. Principal Chun still wanted to say something, but was stopped by political commissar Yin. Old Chun, you should rest. You could talk to little Yi tomorrow morning. With Xia Jinyuan's persuasion, Principal Chun did not insist on staying. Before he left, he reminded Xia Jinyuan, let me know immediately if anything happens. We'll rest next door. Without alerting Yi Qian, the three of them went next door to rest. At around 4 o'clock, Uncle Jin opened his eyes unconsciously. The old man's eyes were covered with a layer of mist, so much so that he couldn't even see clearly. He called out little Yi in a daze, then slowly closed his eyes. Yi Qian held the old man's hand tightly and replied in a trembling voice, I'm back. I'm back to see you. Grandpa, I'm back to see you. Yi Qian looked at Uncle Jin nervously, then suddenly realized something and looked at the heart machine, seeing that the wavy lines that represented the heartbeat were still rising and falling. Yi Qian suddenly raised his hand and bit his wrist with his teeth. He began to sob softly. Xia Jinyuan called the military doctor over and asked him to examine Uncle Jin carefully. 2 minutes later, the military doctor sighed and said, Be prepared. The old man has already fallen into a coma. He might wake up, or he might die in his sleep. After the military doctor finished speaking, he lowered his head and looked at Yi Qian. His expression changed drastically. You've bitten your hand so hard that it's bleeding. Let go. Chapter 1336. In her previous life, Yi Qian had developed a habit of suppressing her emotions. Although she had changed a lot in this life, she was still somewhat affected by her previous life. When she was devastated, she would suppress her emotions again. Xiao Jinyuan's expression changed drastically when he heard the military doctor's low voice. His elegant, dark eyes flashed with an extremely cold light. He took 3 steps from the other side of the bed to Yi Qian and grabbed her wrist tightly. Do you know what you're doing? Do you need me to tell you? He spoke in a low voice to suppress the anger in his heart and the anger in his eyes. Looking at the circle of teeth marks on her skin, Xiao Jinyuan felt as if a ferocious beast was rampaging in his chest. Self-harm. You're harming yourself. Uncle Jin used his lifetime of wisdom to teach you. He taught you how to face reality and how to be strong. Yi Qian, are you repaying him for his teachings in such a way that Uncle Jin doesn't want to see? He was just short of saying that she was a huge disappointment to Uncle General. The military doctor glanced at the two of them. One was suppressing his anger, while the other was suppressing her grief. He hurriedly comforted Xia Jinyuan, who was suppressing his anger. Okay, it's understandable. Come out and disinfect the wound first. He was afraid that Xia Jinyuan would injure Yi Qian again, so he took Yi Qian's wrist from his hand and took a closer look. He couldn't help but gasp. Isn't this a little too cruel? She bit herself so deeply. Disinfect and debride the wound first, then give her a tetanus shot. The military doctor said in a low voice and motioned for Yi Qian to follow him out. Girl, no matter how sad you are, you can't hurt yourself, understand? You look like a sensible child, but why are you doing things that make others worry? He then looked at Xia Jinyuan, who was even more furious. She's going to clean the wound. You stay here. Xia Jinyuan's jaw tightened. Hearing this, he said politely to the military doctor, Thank you for your hard work. He then looked at Yi Qian, who had her head lowered and her shoulders slumped. He saw the sadness and fragility in her body, and the suppressed anger in him finally turned into heartache. Go and treat your wounds with the military doctor. I'll look after Uncle. Uncle Jin was Little Fox's only family. He was her pillar of support. She regretted not spending more time with him. She blamed herself for not spending more time with him. His little fox would rather use self-harm to vent the self-blame in her heart than to let everyone see the pain in her heart. No matter how sad she was, she still knew how to take care of their emotions. How could he bear to be angry with her? Yi Qian's eyes were still a little confused. She didn't know that she had bitten herself so hard. Seeing Xia Jinyuan's tense expression, Yi Qian bit her lower lip. She originally wanted to explain, but in the end, she only said, "I'll be back soon." After the military doctor took her out of the ward, Xia Jinyuan sat gently on the chair. He held Uncle Jin's skinny hand and said softly, "Uncle, Yi Qian listens to you the most. When you wake up, you must talk to her properly. You have to take care of your body and teach her more. This girl listens to you the most. She will listen to whatever you say. You haven't seen her walk into the military camp yet. We are all waiting for you to personally send her to the military camp to become a soldier. Also, let me tell you a piece of good news. The military has decided to send her to my team. My team is a special forces unit. You probably didn't know, right? When you wake up, I'll pick some things that I can talk to you about. I'll let you know what unit Yi Qian will be joining in the future." Chapter 1337. Xia Jinyuan chatted softly with Uncle General the military doctor, who was in his 40s, cleaned Yi Qian's wound, and advised her earnestly, "The old man is already so old, but he can still joke with us when he's awake. This shows that he has a big heart. Since you're his only family, how can you harm yourself and make him worry about you? Treating yourself well is the greatest filial piety to the old man. Do you understand? Young lady." Actually, Yi Qian didn't even know how she bit herself. If the military doctor hadn't reminded her, she wouldn't have felt any pain. Yi Qian nodded shyly and wiped away the tears on her face. She secretly adjusted her emotions. She had to control her emotions. Everyone knew that Grandpa Jin was worried about her the most. How could she disappoint him? The military doctor saw that her eyes were gradually clearing up. Even the sadness between her brows was gradually hiding. Only her bright eyes had a touch of determination. The military doctor couldn't help but smile. 10 minutes later, Yi Qian, who had bandages wrapped around her wrist, thanked the military doctor. She got up and went back to the ward to continue accompanying Uncle General. Xia Jinyuan was still talking softly to Uncle General, even though he knew that the old man couldn't hear him. He still said softly, "With you around, Yi Qian will know that there's a family waiting for her wherever she goes. There's a home waiting for her to return to. Uncle, when you're done sleeping, please open your eyes. We're all waiting to hear your voice. I'm still waiting to go fishing with you. Also, when I hold my wedding with Yi Qian, I want to offer you another cup of tea. Thank you for teaching her and nurturing her into a talent. Thank you for letting me take advantage of her." Yi Qian, who was standing at the door, listened to them and laughed for a while. Grandpa Jin was her family. Uncle Chun was also her family. In the future, Captain Xia would also be her family. For their sake, she had to pull herself together. She couldn't let them worry about her. Yi Jian wiped away her tears and patted her cheeks gently. She took a deep breath and walked into the ward with her head held high and her chest puffed out. When Xia Jinyuan heard the commotion, he turned around and saw that Yi Qian, who had just walked in, no longer looked dispirited. His eyes were filled with determination, just like the Yi Qian who did not show any signs of fear in the face of training and war. She had already adjusted her emotions and mentality. "I'll keep watch. You lean against the bed and sleep for an hour each." Xia Jinyuan held her hand and pulled her to sit on the bench with him. "Someone from the army will come to visit Uncle during the day. As Uncle's relative and his only granddaughter, you have to keep your spirits up. Do you understand?" Yi Qian did not refuse again. "Okay, wake me up in an hour." She had to keep her spirits up and let Grandpa Jin see her in her best state when he woke up. She couldn't let him worry, and she definitely couldn't let him worry. After adjusting her mentality, Yi Qian didn't sleep very well. However, she still slept until 6:30 in the morning. In a daze, she heard Xia Jinyuan talking. "Dad, come over with the leaders from the military academy. How many guards did you bring?" They arranged for a private helicopter. The captain can only carry 5 people. 2 leaders from a military academy are coming, so you can only bring 1 guard. Yes, everything has been arranged. The air route has been approved. The 2 leaders from the military academy will only arrive at Anyang train station at 8 o'clock. Dad, go to the train station and wait for the 2 leaders from the military academy. Only Xia Jinyuan could directly arrange for Lieutenant General Xia to wait for someone at a certain place. Chapter 1338. Yi Qian knew that Xia Zhong would be coming, but she did not know that the military academy leaders would be coming as well. She suddenly stood up from her sleeping position and heard a familiar voice. "Little Yi, you're awake." It was Principal Chen's voice. "Uncle Chen." Yi Qian turned around and saw Principal Chen pouring water into a kettle. When she saw another relative of hers, her eyes reddened. "You've worked hard these past few days. I came back too late." "Silly child, don't be so polite." Principal Chen, who had slept for a few hours last night, felt much better. His eyes were no longer bloodshot. "Come, take a cotton swab and put some water on the corner of Uncle Chen's mouth to moisten his throat." Yi Qian immediately took the cup and cotton swab. She looked very serious as she gently took care of Uncle General Xianxia, who was making a call outside the door, turned around and saw that Yi Qian had woken up. He said a few words and then hung up. The two military doctors who were patrolling the room in the morning came together with two nurses. They were going to do a daily checkup on Uncle Jin. The old man has been unconscious for a longer period of time than 2 days ago. "Everyone, please be mentally prepared." After the two military doctors finished the checkup, they put down the phone and sighed together. The old man's physical strength was completely destroyed. He had been holding on for so long because he was holding on to one last breath. Once he stopped breathing, it would be the end of him. Yi Qian pulled the thin blanket around her and listened attentively to every word the military doctor said. Then she asked softly, "I want to know, is there any possibility of my grandfather waking up? I can't be sure, but there is a possibility. It's the so-called final radiance of the setting sun." The military doctor's words made Yi Qian shudder involuntarily. Xia Jinyuan, who came in, immediately put his hand on her shoulder and asked the military doctor calmly, "If he stays unconscious, how long can he last on the 4-drip alone? The old man's organs are failing, so he can't take in too much 4-drip. How long he can last depends on his willpower." In other words, it was impossible for Uncle Jin to recover. The only reason he was still breathing was because of Uncle Jin's willpower. Yi Qian, who had better grades than the other students in the medical school, suddenly had a glimmer of hope. "You mean that my grandfather's brain is still conscious, and there's a high possibility that he'll wake up, right? You can think of it that way." The military doctor nodded. "As long as the brain hasn't stopped working and there are still senses, the old man will still have a chance to wake up." That's good, that's good." Yi Jian's eyes lit up. As long as Grandpa Jin still had a chance to wake up, she would try to awaken more of his will to live. She hoped that he could survive this. She hoped that he could survive this. She hoped that he could survive this. The military doctor seemed to know what she was thinking. He shook his head slightly and didn't say anything more. The patient's family would always hope for a miracle to happen. Unfortunately, miracles wouldn't happen just because you thought they would. Especially in the case of the old man, his organs were already at the end of their life. Even if he woke up, he would just wake up. It wasn't appropriate for too many people to stay in the ward. Under Principal Chen's instructions, Xia Jinyuan accompanied Yi Qian to wash up and tidy herself up before coming back. Regiment Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yin went to the bun shop in town to buy vegetable buns and deep-fried dough sticks. They were waiting for Yi Qian to wash up and eat together. "Uncle wants to see you in your uniform." Uncle Chen called the military, and Major General Yang from the army called the military school. They hope that the school can cooperate and fulfill the old man's wish. Chapter 1339. The school leaders will arrive at the Anyang train station at 8. I'll get my dad to pick them up, and then we'll take a friend's private jet to come here together. There was water flowing out of the tap, and the sound of the water seemed to drown out his voice. Yi Qian splashed the cold water on his face, and the sad emptiness in his heart seemed to have been torn apart. This was Grandpa Jin's last wish. She wanted to rouse Grandpa Jin's will to live, but the old man knew in his heart he really couldn't do it. "I'll let Grandpa see my most spirited side." Wiping the cold water off his face, Yi Qian looked up with bright eyes and stared at himself in the mirror. "I won't let Grandpa down." The face in the mirror was tenacious, and those jet-black eyes were like a pure obsidian thrown into water, causing the eyes to ripple. The corners of her mouth slightly tightened, revealing a trace of stubbornness. Although her facial features were beautiful, there was not the slightest bit of delicacy. Even the tips of her brows contained the piercing coldness of a soldier. This was the Yi Qian that Uncle Jin wanted to see, Yi Qian. At 8 o'clock, the two leaders of the military academy were led by the guards to meet with Commander-in-Chief Xia. When they saw that the one waiting for them was Commander-in-Chief Xia, their expressions became even more solemn. They carried Yi Qian's military travel bag with his military uniform and saluted the lieutenant general with the gold stars on his epaulets. At 8:37, they took a private helicopter and rushed to Fujian town. The helicopter needed to land on the training ground of the recruit training camp. When the helicopter circled over, the boom, boom, boom of the propellers made the townspeople look up at the sky, and they pointed and talked with curiosity. Yi Zhifan stood on the side of the street. His eyes, which were growing more and more powerful with each passing day, were gloomy. His gaze fell on the private helicopter that was beginning to descend. His daughter, who had been staying in Shuku village, called him and said that Uncle Jin was sick, and they even sent out the military's helicopter. At that moment, he realized how capable the old man who dared to scold him was. After leaving the army for so many years, he was still deeply cared for by the army. How could he be just an ordinary veteran? The reason why Yi Qian could go so far and climb so high was because she had the help of such a capable old man. That was why she had the courage to leave the Yi family and face the Yi family. Yi Zhifan realized that he might be able to make friends with a high-ranking officer in the army. He immediately arranged his work and rushed back to the Shuka village. He wanted to see a high-ranking officer arrive so that he could make arrangements for Uncle Jin's funeral as the representative of the Shuka village. This way, he would have a chance to make friends with the high-ranking officer. A few days after Yi Zhifan returned to the village, all the villagers recommended him to visit Uncle Jin at the hospital on behalf of all the villagers. The first day he came, he was turned away by Principal Chun before he could even enter the ward. However, he did not give up and still came to the hospital early. This was the fourth day. Looking at the descending helicopter, a smile appeared in his gloomy eyes. Being refused entry for 3 days, it was worth it. Commander-in-Chief Xia waited for the helicopter to land and jumped off immediately. He walked with only one bodyguard with him, and the two military school leaders who came down after him could not help but jog. "Dad, run a few steps. If you can't, take a motorcycle here. Uncle Jin is awake. You have to hurry." Xia Jinyuan gripped his phone tightly and said in a deep voice, "The military doctor said, Uncle Jin will wake up soon." Chapter 1340. Riding a motorcycle. Commander-in-Chief Xia couldn't even remember how many years it had been since he last rode on a motorcycle. As a lieutenant general, he was summoned by his son. After the meeting, he had to arrange his work while walking. He didn't even change out of his military uniform before rushing over. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked down at the golden epaulet on his shoulder that represented his military rank. He waved his hand and signaled for the guard to come over. "Go and find a motorcycle." He turned his head and said to the two school leaders, "Let's ride there together." Since the lieutenant general had expressed his opinion, the two school leaders naturally had no objections. They immediately rode the motorcycle to the town hospital. Xia Jinyuan said in a low voice and returned to the ward. At 9:40 a.m., Uncle Jin suddenly opened his eyes. Before Yi Qian, who had been watching over him, could speak, Uncle Jin said first, "I think I saw the little girl come back." His voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. However, his misty eyes suddenly brightened up, and he looked much more energetic. No one was happy about this state. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. It was the final radiance of the setting sun. "Good boy. Grandpa doesn't like it when you cry." The old man's weak voice spoke intermittently. His eyes were full of kindness and peace as he gazed at the child in front of him who had worried him for nearly 20 years. "It's good that you didn't cry. As soldiers, we bleed, not tears. You have to remember this. If you cry too much, your heart will be filled with cowardice." Yi Jian held the old man's hand tightly, which was so thin that he could not even lift it up. She nodded gently and replied, "I remember. I will always remember your words. Shed blood, but not tears. I will always remember your words. Her heart was trembling uncontrollably, and she was flustered. Even though her body was shivering uncontrollably, Yi Jian forced herself to keep a faint smile on her face so that the old man who was looking at her could feel at ease. Grandpa knows. I know you're a good boy. Unfortunately, Grandpa, the old man suddenly coughed. It was not a gentle cough, but a series of heavy coughs. The smile on Yi Qian's face instantly faded. Please rest for a while. Don't talk. Everyone saw that Yi Jian's shoulders were trembling violently. She placed one hand on Uncle Jin's chest so that the old man's breathing could return to normal. The military doctor raised the pillow higher so that Uncle Jin could sit up straight. At the same time, he gently patted the back of the old man's neck so that he could breathe more smoothly. Principal Chun, who was clenching his fists, had already looked outside the ward several times. He could not hide the anxiety on his face. Listen, Uncle Jin's coughs, which sounded like he was going to cough his lungs out, finally calmed down. However, Uncle Jin's face was getting paler and paler. He wanted to hold Yi Qian's hands tightly, but unfortunately, he could not muster any strength. He could only smile gently. Good boy, don't be sad. It is a good thing that Grandpa is leaving at such an old age. It is a pity that Grandpa can't personally send you to the military camp. I can't see how you look in your military uniform either. Chapter 1341. You'll see it. Our school's leaders will be here soon. They've brought my military uniform. Take a good rest. Your granddaughter will definitely wear the uniform for you to see. She tried her best to smile. Tears welled up in her eyes, but they did not fall. You'll definitely see it. She wanted to speak with a smile. She wanted to speak lightly. But the words that came out of her mouth were trembling, and every sentence was filled with a strong reluctance. Uncle Jin sighed softly and looked up with some difficulty. When he saw a few familiar faces around him, he smiled. It's been hard on all of you. I watched Yi Qian grow up. She's a good child. She's kind-hearted, kind, and knows how to repay kindness. In the future, I'll leave all of you, please. Uncle, you don't have to be so polite with us. We're all Yi Qian's family. We'll definitely take good care of her. Don't worry. Political Commissar Yin was on the left side of the bed. He bent over and held Uncle Jin's hand. Seeing the respected Sergeant Major speaking weakly as if he had used up all his energy, the tough man's eyes turned red. You don't have to worry about Yi Qian. With us around, she'll be fine. The old man was most worried about Yi Qian. He did not have much energy to speak, so he scanned the familiar faces around him. Finally, his gaze landed on the young man who was holding Yi Qian with one arm. Xia Jinyuan held Yi Qian's shoulders tightly and walked to Uncle Jin's side. Uncle, Yi Qian is my wife and lover. As long as you agree to my marriage with her, I'll propose to her immediately after she graduates and stabilizes her condition. He knew what the old man wanted to hear. Word by word, he expressed his thoughts firmly. I'll love her forever. I'll dote on her and take care of her like she's the apple of my eye. I swear on my honor as a soldier that I'll never let Yi Qian down. All right. Watching the two young people holding hands, Uncle Jin felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier. Good boy, Grandpa is watching you from the sky. Be a good soldier. Be a useful soldier. Protect our country. Protect our homeland. Yi Qian nodded his head furiously. Tears streamed down his face like pearls from a broken necklace. A deep voice came from the door of the ward. Old squad leader, Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had run all the way from the first floor to the third floor, strode in and said, Yi Qian has become a military academy student in our country. Her military uniform and relevant documents have been brought over. Old squad leader, thank you for your hard work in nurturing such an outstanding soldier for our military. On behalf of the military, I would like to extend a respectful salute to you. As Commander-in-Chief Xia spoke, the the soldiers around the bed all stood up straight and saluted the old revolutionary who had dedicated his life to the country and the people with the highest military salute. Uncle Jin blinked his eyes gently. He smiled and raised his hand to return the salute to all the soldiers who saluted him. This was the military unit he loved the most. He loved seeing the young soldiers the most. He was happy to be able to see them one last time before he left. Chapter 1342. Yi Qian, change into your uniform now and show it to the platoon leader who raised you. The school leaders already knew that this old man who was about to die was a national treasure. They handed the military uniform and cap to Yi Qian and said solemnly, "We can't let the old squad leader have any regrets. Go now." The ward was very, very quiet. Everyone listened to Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was sitting by the bed and holding the old man's right hand. "Platoon leader, don't worry. I, Xia Xinhui, will only recognize Yi Qian as my daughter-in-law. Other than her, I won't recognize anyone else. In the future, if Xia Jinyuan does anything to let Yi Qian down, I, Xia Xinhui, will be the first person to come after him." Yi Qian went to the office of the doctor on duty to change into his uniform. And Jiasin, who hadn't left, quickly pulled up the partition screen and said, "Put your uniform on the bed. I'll fold it for you." Behind the screen, Jiasin heard the rustling of clothes. Frowning, Jiasin bit her lower lip and stopped herself from crying with Yi Qian. Instead, she advised, "Don't cry. My mom said that when Grandpa Jin was awake, he always mentioned how strong you are. Jin, you have to be strong, okay?" In less than a minute, Yi Qian walked out from behind the partition, dressed in a worn officer's uniform and cap. "I will be strong, Jiasin. Thank you." This was Yi Qian's own uniform. The grass-green uniform was tailored to fit her body without a single crease, as if it had just been ironed. The epaulets on her shoulders weren't ordinary epaulets. They were the captain's epaulets with 1 bar and 3 stars. The 3 golden 5-pointed stars were solemn and mighty. Together with the golden collar flower pinned to her collar, it showed the majesty of a soldier. Yi Jian's dark green military trousers were perfectly straight, outlining the posture of a pine tree. The heavy military aura was so heavy that Jiasin couldn't help but hold her breath. Yi Jian, who was wearing the military uniform, was so familiar yet so unfamiliar. Yi Jian, and Jiasin couldn't help but call out. Yi Jian, who was about to step out, stopped and turned around. It was still a familiar face, but there was a different expression on her face. When she raised her eyes to look at Jiasin, her eyes were so cold that Jiasin's heart suddenly panicked. "Take care of yourself. You and us," and Jiasin said softly with a reverence that she didn't even notice. Hearing her best friend's comfort, Yi Jian, whose eyes were red, nodded and said with a smile, "I will. For Grandpa Jin, she will be strong. I'm going to accompany Grandpa. Jiasin, let's talk later." It wasn't until Yi Qian walked out of the office that Jiasin reached out to support herself on the office desk. Step by step, she moved to the office chair. Her knees were a little weak as she slowly sat down. The familiar Yi Qian had a strange expression on her face. She said that she only had one goal since the 2nd year of middle school, and that was to work hard to get into the military academy. She said that she had been secretly training so that she could join the military in the future. Her good friend, who had been working hard towards her goal, finally got to wear the military uniform. It was great. It was really great. She would no longer have to endure the disdain and suffering, and no one would dare to bully her anymore. It was great. It was really great. Sitting alone in the office, Jiasin covered her face with her hands. One moment, she would laugh, and the next moment, she would cry. She was happy that her good friend could achieve what she had today, but she was also sad that her good friend's most beloved family member would soon pass away. Chapter 1343. When Dr. Zhou came in, he heard his daughter crying and laughing. He was shocked. "Jiasin, what's wrong with you?" "Jiasin seems to be like this all the time. She's quite real," someone said in a sweet voice, sounding familiar. "When we were in junior high, Aunt Zhou, Jiasin bullied me a lot." This voice, damn it. Ying. And Jiasin, who was still crying, suddenly raised her head and glared at Ying. She said coldly, "Mom, I'm not close to her. You don't have to take her words seriously." Ying, who had a smile on her face, suddenly froze. Her watery, almond-shaped eyes flashed with malice. "You child." Dr. Zhou did not say much. He only pretended to be angry and patted his daughter's shoulder. He turned to Yi Jifan, who came in. "Mayor Yi, I'm sorry. I don't even know how to address you." Ying took the lead and said with a smile, "My dad is now the director of the Provincial Construction Bureau." There was no lack of bragging in her tone. "Director Yi, please take a seat first," Dr. Zhou said politely. He did not show any restraint because a director was standing in front of him. "I'm afraid Uncle Jin's ward is too crowded. I'll bring Director Yi over later." She represented all the villagers of Shuku Village to visit Uncle Jin, and the village chief of Shuku Village, Zhang Difu, personally called. She had no choice but to help even if she did not want to. Yi Jifan thought Uncle Jin was just an excuse. His real purpose was to make friends with the high-ranking military officer standing in the ward. When he heard that, he seemed a little surprised. "Crowded? Are there many people here?" "They're all standing in the ward, and the air is not circulating. Won't this make Uncle Jin more uncomfortable? There should be people here. With a military doctor watching over him, there shouldn't be a problem." After Dr. Zhou finished speaking, he pushed in Jiasin and scolded her softly. "You haven't eaten breakfast, right? Go down and have breakfast." Had she not heard enough about Yi Qian and Yi Ying's family? Why did he let this girl remind her? Fortunately, she had Yi Qian to take care of her during her 3 years in high school. Otherwise, with her stubborn personality, who knew how much she would have suffered? And Jiasin, who didn't want to stay, got an excuse. She didn't even look at Yi Ying as she strode out. When she reached the door, she suddenly said, "Mom, give me the acceptance letter from Pu University. It's not safe here." Yi Ying was too cunning. She had better not tear up her notice. Yi Ying, who just showed off that her father was the director of the construction bureau, clenched her teeth. And Jiasin, she did it on purpose. He did it on purpose. Dr. Zhou really gave it to him. "What's not safe? Go home after breakfast. Don't stand in front of me and be an eyesore." That's right, she did it on purpose. And Jiasin walked back and gave Ying a provocative look. She took the notice and left. She had to tell Jane Eyre that Yi Ying and her father were definitely up to no good. And Jiasin took a left turn to go downstairs and a right turn to go to the ward. Yi Jifan narrowed his eyes slightly and gave his daughter, Yi Ying, a look indicating that she should go and check on the situation first. Dr. Zhou, who was cleaning the table, saw this and sneered disdainfully in his heart. She really didn't understand how Yi Jifan could be promoted to the position of director of the Provincial Construction Bureau. It was not easy to go to Uncle Jin's ward. 2 sentinels reached out to block her and said to Yi Ying, "Please go back. Thank you for your cooperation." Chapter 1344. And Jiasin heard the commotion and turned around. Her face turned cold, and she said in disgust, "Daughter of the Chief of Construction Bureau, don't embarrass yourself here. It's cooler over there. Go away." Then she said to the 2 sentries seriously, "Brothers, this girl is Yi Ying. She used to bully Yi Qian every day. She even schemed against Yi Qian in high school. You must stop her. Don't let her in." The 2 sentries kept their expressions unchanged. They stopped Yi Ying, who was stomping her feet in anger, from taking another step forward. The atmosphere in the ward became more and more gloomy. Sadness shrouded everyone's heart. All the soldiers present had tears in their eyes. Okay. Good girl. You must be. Okay. Uncle Jin finally saw Yi Qian in his military uniform. His breath was getting weaker and weaker. His voice was so low that Yi Qian had to bend over to hear it. "Jade pendant don't harm. Walk your own path, little Yi. You will go further, higher, and better. Good girl, you didn't disappoint Grandpa's expectations of you. You made so many military achievements without a word and became a military cadet with a military rank. You're the first. Go with peace of mind." I'm relieved. Old Chun, I'll leave it to you. Gradually, his voice faded away. The device monitoring his heartbeat made a sharp sound. The wavy line that represented life suddenly straightened. Yi Qian clutched the white bed sheet tightly. She clenched her teeth and didn't let her tears fall. Grandpa Jin said that she couldn't cry. He didn't want her to cry. He also said that his life was worth it and that he didn't have any regrets. He also said that he was going to accompany his old comrades and play Go with his old leaders. Don't cry. Don't cry. She couldn't cry. She took off the breathing mask and the drip that could no longer flow. She carefully laid the old man's body flat. Yi Qian did everything by himself. Even Xia Jinyuan didn't interfere. This was the last thing she could do for the old man. She just wanted to finish everything by herself. Salute. Taking a deep and heavy breath, Yi Qian stood up and saluted along with all the other soldiers to the old squad leader, who had maintained the integrity of a soldier until his death. Overturn the flag. 4 first lieutenants in spring and autumn uniform walked into the ward with a national flag in their hands. The first lieutenant, who was holding the national flag, opened a corner of the national flag meticulously, and another first lieutenant took over the corner. Then, the 4 first lieutenants each grabbed the corner of the national flag and covered it with the sacred national flag bit by bit. The 4 lieutenants stood at attention and saluted, paying their respects to the first-ranked sergeant major. The sentries standing at the door saluted. The 2 sentries standing in front of the door saluted as well. They were all paying their respects to the deceased first-class sergeant major. Uncle Jin chose to cremate the body, so he had to send it to the city. Xia Jinyuan carried one corner of the bed. Principal Chun, Regiment Commander Liu, and Political Commissar Yin each carried the other corner of the bed. They walked out of the ward step by step with a sorrowful expression on their faces. Commander-in-Chief Xia and the 2 leaders from the military academy walked on both sides. Yi Qian walked at the very front with a picture of Uncle Jin in his retired military uniform. She walked with steady steps and looked straight ahead. She was like a steel spear, carrying with her a sense of fearlessness. She kept the promise she made to Uncle Jin. She wouldn't cry as she sent off her loved one. Chapter 1345. The vehicle arranged by the army was already waiting downstairs in the hospital. When Yi Qian walked out of the ward, the soldiers guarding outside all saluted and sent him off. Even though he had retired from the army, he was still in the army as long as his body allowed him to. Rows of dark green figures stood tall and straight, like white poplars. They inherited the dedication of the old squad leader from generation to generation. When Yi Zhifan heard the commotion, his eyes darkened. He walked out of Dr. Zhou's office with a sad expression and secretly told Ying, "Old Uncle Jin has passed away. Yi Qian won't have too much time to pay attention to you. Show your face to the senior officers in the army." "Dad, I know what to do." Ying nodded slightly. The light in her eyes was a little frightening. This was her chance. A chance to push Yi Qian out of the army. Dad said that the army took good care of this wretched girl because of old Uncle General now that old Uncle Jin was gone. This wretched girl would be all alone, and she would have a chance to push Yi Qian out of the army. The senior officers in the army would take good care of her for Dad's sake. Ying was quite confident in herself. She had the looks and talents. She was good at literature and dancing. Her father was the director of the Provincial Construction Bureau. How could she be inferior to Yi Qian? In the past, old Uncle Jin took care of Yi Qian. That was why this wretched girl had the upper hand. Now that old Uncle Jin was gone, other than her good looks and her good grades, what other redeeming qualities did she have? Yi Ying's eyes flashed with disdain. She raised her chin arrogantly. So what if she got into the military academy? Without someone to take care of her, she was nothing. Let's see how long she can be arrogant. When she thought about how she would soon replace Yi Qian, Yi Ying was so excited that even her fingers were trembling. However, her expression was the same as Yi Zhifan's. She looked sad, and even her eyes were filled with tears. Since the senior officers in the army valued old Uncle Jin so much, she couldn't help but cry. Yi Ying, who had lowered her head to gather her emotions, forced tears out of her eyes in less than a second. Her eyes were red, and her expression was miserable. She looked even sadder than Yi Qian. Yi Zhifan, who was standing at the door, did not move. His gaze was fixed on Yi Qian, who was holding the portrait in his hands. His expression was so cold that it made his heart tremble. Was he seeing things? Did he see wrongly? Wasn't Yi Qian an ordinary military academy student? How could it be? How could he have a military rank? Impossible. He had already asked around. The military academy graduates were only given the rank of second lieutenant. Yi Qian had not even entered the academy. How could he have become a captain? How did he become a captain? Dad, should we follow behind them? Ying, who did not notice anything, urged him. She could not wait to go out. Yi Jifan turned around and looked at his daughter, whose eyes were red. He then raised his head to look at Yi Qian, who was wearing a military uniform and walking over with a piercingly cold aura. Just a moment ago, he had thought that his daughter would definitely surpass Yi Qian in the future. Now, his heart sank little by little. Could his daughter surpass Yi Qian? Could she surpass Yi Qian? At that moment, Yi Jifan suddenly felt that he was indulging in fantasy. His daughter wanted to surpass him and surpass him. At that moment, he even felt that it was impossible. Other things aside, just based on that aura, his daughter had already lost. Ying saw that her father had not moved and could not help but get anxious. Dad, hurry up and go out. Once they leave, how are we going to get to know those senior officers in the army? If we don't get to know them, all your efforts over the past few days will go to waste. Chapter 1346. Yi Jifan clenched his fists but didn't move. Instead, he blocked the door and didn't allow his daughter to go out. He said in a low voice, Ying, go back and sit down. Why, Dad? How could Ying accept this? She exploded. This is an opportunity, Dad. You said it yourself. The opportunity is fleeting. If I don't go out, how can I perform well? She thought about how Yi Qian had been in the limelight recently, but she was still waiting for a fruitless announcement. Qin Yi, who had returned to the capital, still hadn't sent her a message. Whether she would succeed or not was still a question mark. Ying didn't have any other thoughts other than wanting to enter the army. Seeing that she had a chance to appear in front of the army's high-ranking officials, she wouldn't miss it no matter what. Seeing that her father didn't move, she gritted her teeth and took a deep breath. She pushed Yi Jifan out and, at the same time, she also let herself fall out. Unexpectedly, Yi Jifan, who was behind his daughter, almost fell down. When he steadied himself, he realized that he and his daughter had blocked Yi Qian's path. They were blocking the path of the soldiers who were sending him off. Someone suddenly appeared in front of them. The soldiers who were clearing the way had a fierce look in their eyes. They walked over and blocked with their arms. Please move aside. Thank you. Yi Jifan, who had made a humiliating entrance, quickly adjusted his facial expression. With sadness in his eyes, he looked at the black and white portrait of the old man with a kind smile. Yi Jian, on behalf of all the villagers, I'll send Uncle off. Uncle, the villagers couldn't come one by one, so Yi Jifan was sent to send you off. Since he wanted to get to know the high-ranking officials of the army, he had to let them know his name. Yi Jifan glanced around. The moment he saw Commander-in-Chief Xia, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Lieutenant General. He actually had to trouble a Lieutenant General to send him off. Lieutenant General, Senior Colonel, Colonel, and even the soldiers who were clearing the way were all First Lieutenants. Senior Colonel, Colonel, and First Lieutenants were the ones he wanted to make friends with. That Lieutenant General. He had to know him. He wanted to fight for a chance for his daughter to enter the capital's political group. Yi Jifan immediately said, Ying, quickly stand with Yi Qian. Together with Yi Qian, you can send Grandpa Zhen off for the last time. After introducing herself, she quickly arranged for Ying to go over. She said that she wanted to send Uncle Zhen off, but in fact, she wanted the senior officers in the army to have a good impression of her daughter. As soon as he said that, several arrow-like gazes swept over with majestic momentum, especially Commander-in-Chief Xia's gaze. He frowned, and a sense of oppression pressed down on him like a mountain. Yi Jifan couldn't help but blink a little guiltily. Ying, who had tears in her eyes and had even thought of how to cry, did not move. She stood there stiffly as if she had been struck by lightning. She stared straight at Yi Qian, her eyes wide with disbelief. Who was the person walking at the front? Who was wearing a military uniform? And whose gaze was so cold that it made her feel fear? How dare? How could she, how could she, how could she wear a military uniform so brazenly? Also, this wretched girl was clearly just a girl. Why? Why did she have a military rank? It was fake. It must be fake. It must be the people in the army who saw that Uncle Jin was about to pass away. So they purposely took out a military uniform like this to coax Uncle Jin. It must be like this. It must be like this. Yi Ying, who couldn't believe what was happening in front of her, had her facial features contorted. The viciousness in her eyes was like the venom of a scorpion, emitting a gloomy coldness. Chapter 1347. Yi Jin acted as if she didn't see Yi Ying. She held Uncle Jin's portrait and walked forward step by step. She walked past Yi Ying with an indescribable military might. Just as Yi Jifan said, she didn't have much time to bother with Yi Ying, but she would not allow such a thing to walk in front of her and pretend to send Grandpa Jin off. Yi Ying, I dare you to come over and try. Yi Qian warned her coldly as he walked past her. If you want to join the Beijing political group, I will not let you have the chance to do so in your entire life. Yi Ying was furious. She wanted to scold him back, but when she saw Yi Qian's cold and bloodthirsty gaze, she panicked so much that she hurt her tongue. The kind of gaze made her soul tremble in fear. Her brain told her to follow him, but her body reacted by pressing her back against the wall and making way for the soldiers behind her. The soldiers in front were escorting them, while the soldiers behind them were solemn and solemn. They did not pay any attention to Yi Jifan and his daughter, nor did they take them seriously. Dr. Zhou, who was standing at the door, saw this, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. The director of the Provincial Construction Bureau? Hey, that's all. Don't think that you can show off like this, Yi Ying. There's no lack of smart people in this world. Heh, even I can tell what you're thinking. And Jiasin, who was at the back, stopped in front of Yi Ying. She suppressed the anger in her heart and sneered. Your family is really shameless. You still want to follow Yi Qian? Puffed. Are you worthy? Are you worthy? Uncle Jin deserves respect. Don't disturb Uncle Jin's peace when you're so dirty that you stink. Yi Ying, who had her back pressed against the wall, could only feel embarrassed. And Jiasin's words added fuel to the fire, making the evil fire in her heart even bigger and brighter. Yi Ying stared sharply at the classmate who mocked her, gritted her teeth, and said gloomily, Do you think you're smart? Puffed. You're just a mad dog by Yi Qian's side, biting whoever you catch. If I were a mad dog, you would be the first one I bit to death. And Jiasin wouldn't lose out in a quarrel, nor would she be afraid. I'll bite you to death so that you won't harm others. As an adult, it was not appropriate for him to interfere in the quarrel between two young ladies. Yi Jifan, who was as embarrassed as his daughter, snorted loudly and said to Dr. Zhou, Dr. Zhou's daughter is indeed amazing. Dr. Zhou replied with a smile, Director Yi, you flatter me. Our Jiasin is a straightforward person. She's also good friends with Yi Qian. I also think that she's great for standing up for a friend. She didn't embarrass us. Since even the adults didn't care, what else could Yi Jifan do? He could only say to his daughter, Ying, don't waste your breath on unreasonable people. These people were nothing. There was no need to waste his time. What they needed to do was to catch up with that lieutenant general and get to know the lieutenant general with the highest military rank in the escort team. Ying was so angry that her heart hurt. She stomped her feet, turned around, and hurriedly chased after Yi Jifan. Dad, why does that wretched girl have a military rank? Is it fake? It must be fake. Who does she think she is? How can she have a military rank without even entering the school? It must be fake. Yi Ying, who was in a hurry, asked anxiously. She wanted to get confirmation from her father. It must be fake, right? Dad, I don't believe it. How can she have a military rank? Then what's the point of her entering the Beijing government regiment? She doesn't have a military rank, even if she's just a performing arts soldier. Chapter 1348. Yi Jifan was also confused. He said coldly, I don't know. That's why I have to follow them. Also, don't act on your own when you get to the city. Do you hear me? Based on what you did just now, the soldiers were kind enough to save me some face. He was a lieutenant general and had at least 2 former bodyguards with him. If he rushed out so recklessly, the bodyguards might even pull out their guns. "I'm sorry, Dad. I was too anxious just now." Ying also knew that she was too rash. When she thought of Yi Qian's warning in a low voice, she was so angry that her internal organs hurt. "I'll listen to your orders when we get to the city." Yi Zhifan didn't say anything else. He nodded slightly and quickened his pace to catch up with them. After the father and daughter left, and Jiasin was anxious. Ying was a bad person. Nothing good would come out of it if she followed them. Jane Eyre would be busy with Grandpa Jin's funeral. She wouldn't have time to care about Ying. No, she had to follow them. She didn't have to do anything else, but keep an eye on Ying. "Mom, I'm going to the city. You can send me the tuition fees." And Jiasin held her notice tightly and rushed out. She still had to go home to get her luggage and catch the 10:20 a.m. bus to the city. Dr. Zhou, who had long considered his daughter's relationship with Yi Qian, didn't even change out of his white coat. He picked up his wallet and chased after her. "Take your luggage. Go to school directly from the city the day after tomorrow. Remember to bring your train ticket and student ID. Remember to keep your notice properly." And Jiasin had been independent since she was young. She didn't even ask her parents to send her to the provincial capital when she was in high school. Now that she was in university, she didn't need them to send her. And Jiasin took a few 100 yuan notes and a few dozen yuan of pocket money. She waved her hand and left the town hospital without looking back. From Fujian town to Anyang City, Yi Qian accompanied Uncle Jin, whose eyes were always closed, in the car. Xia Jinyuan, Commander Liu, Political Commissar Yin, and Principal Chen were with him. Commander-in-Chief Xia and the 2 school leaders were driven back to Anyang by Xia Jinyuan's car by the guards. They followed closely behind the army's car and went to Anyang together. At the end of August, the sun was very bright and the temperature was always above 36 degrees. Uncle Jin's body couldn't be left there for too long. The funeral parlor vehicles arranged by the army were already waiting at the intersection of the provincial highway. On both sides of the vehicles, there were 10 soldiers in military uniforms and big brimmed hats, waiting for the arrival of the old squad leader. 6.5 hours later, as the car slowly drove out, 20 soldiers saluted and welcomed the old squad leader out of the car. The coffin covered with the national flag was carried out bit by bit. Under the gazes of the soldiers, the coffin was gently placed on the vehicle of the funeral parlor. The atmosphere was so solemn that it made people hold their breaths. The grief that pervaded the air had infected every resolute soldier. They saluted to express their respect for Uncle General Yi Qian didn't cry. Instead, he gently stroked the coffin and whispered to Uncle Jin, who was always in a deep sleep, "Grandpa, many soldiers from your most respected army came. They all came to send you off. Are you happy?" "I'm very happy, very happy. The army will always remember you. They will never forget your contributions to the country and the soldiers. Rest in peace. In the future, I will inherit your dedication just like they did. I will wholeheartedly repay my country and my army. I will never let you down, and I will never do anything that will bring shame to you." Chapter 1349. She said with a smile. She stood on the vehicle of the funeral parlor and saluted on behalf of Uncle Jin to the soldiers who were sending him off. Yi Ying, who was standing at the back, clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. Such a grand farewell ceremony. She let that wretched girl steal all the limelight. She let all the soldiers look at her. She always thought that she, Yi Ying, was the center of attention, but she didn't know when. Yi Qian stole all the limelight from her. All the students in her class surrounded Yi Qian. All the teachers praised Yi Qian when she was mentioned. Even the parents of her classmates thought that Yi Qian was a great person. She was an orphan who had no parents and had to look out for her just to make ends meet. Why did she have to get all this? Why did she have to be more dazzling than her? Ying. Jealousy surged like a river, causing Yi Ying's facial features to distort. Her originally pretty face became distorted. She no longer looked like a pretty girl in her 20s. Instead, she looked as repulsive as a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s with a twisted mind. Ying only saw that Yi Qian was the center of attention, But she didn't know that Yi Qian had won the respect of many soldiers, especially those who knew Yi Qian. The way they looked at Yi Qian was like how a comrade cared for a comrade and was worried for a comrade. However, Yi Zhifan knew that the situation was more complicated than usual. He even guessed that the lieutenant general might know Yi Qian. Also, he noticed that when Yi Qian got off and got on the car, the soldiers who escorted her all looked at her with familiar eyes. They looked at her with concern. It was obvious that they knew Yi Qian. How did they know Yi Qian? How did Yi Qian know them? No matter how big old Uncle Jin's network was, how could Yi Qian know the basic soldiers? The more he thought about it, the more frightened Yi Zhifan became. He suddenly realized that his daughter Ying looked like she was about to rush up and fight Yi Qian at any moment. He was so frightened that his eyebrows twitched. He immediately pulled Ying back. Ying, if you don't learn to control your temper, how can you compete with Yi Qian? Dad, everything she has should belong to me, belongs to me. All of this belongs to me. Ying didn't see the concern the soldiers had for Yi Qian, but she felt that the atmosphere was different. They all surrounded Yi Qian and belonged to Yi Qian. Yi Zhifan's face alternated between green and white as he suppressed the fire in his heart and scolded in a low voice. Everything that belongs to you? Ying, if you don't wake up, Dad's blinded by a leaf. She only had eyes for Yi Qian, but she didn't think too deeply about the fact that Yi Qian was where she was today because of her own efforts. I've said before that Yi Qian isn't worse than you, and you aren't worse than Yi Qian either. If it weren't for his only daughter, Yi Zhifan really didn't want to care. If it weren't for the person behind the jade pendant, he even wanted to give up on fighting with Yi Qian, based on his daughter's current state. How could she compete with Yi Qian? I'm taking you to old Uncle Jin's memorial service now. Before we know if Yi Qian knows that Lieutenant General, you're not allowed to act on your own accord. For his own career, for his daughter's future, he had no other choice but to fight for it. Ying was really crying now. She didn't want to believe what she was seeing, and she didn't want to accept the fact that Yi Qian was stronger than her. Unfortunately, she didn't believe it. Even if she didn't want to, it was useless. Her father, who was always clear-headed, constantly reminded her that the wretched girl was stronger than her. Chapter 1350. Yi Zhifan had always known that his daughter could not accept the fact that Yi Qian was better than her, but that was the truth. Could it be that if she did not accept that Yi Qian was inferior to her, there should be a limit to how much she could deceive herself? Seeing his daughter break down into tears, Yi Zhifan did not try to stop her. Uncle Jin, who had already passed away, should be crying bitterly. His daughter's crying fit the occasion. I don't even know when everything that Yi Qian had belonged to you. If you think about it that way, doesn't that mean that even her grades belong to you? To prevent his daughter from going crazy every time she saw Yi Qian, Yi Zhifan continued to reprimand her in a low voice. Do you think I don't know how you got your grades in middle school? You forced Yi Qian to write your name on the test papers he wrote, and you, on the other hand, wrote her name on your test papers. Ying, who took everything that belonged to you. You used to have Yi Qian's grades with a clear conscience. Now, you have the audacity to say that Yi Qian took everything that belonged to you? I worked in town. I knew that your mother spoiled you and let you do whatever you wanted. Ying had never told Yi Zhifan about these things. She had never even mentioned it to Sun Dongqing. When the past was brought up again, Ying, who had been crying loudly, was so shocked that she stopped crying. She even let out a loud burp. How did Dad know this? How did Dad know about this? Ying, who had always been afraid of Yi Zhifan, was shocked. She did not dare to face his anger and cried even louder to avoid being blamed. Yi Zhifan's expression became even colder. You can play tricks with your mother if you want to, but in front of Dad, Ying, you're still too young. You're jealous that Yi Qian is more successful than you right now. Instead of working hard to improve your skills, you're choosing to run away. You're even using some ridiculous excuse that everything that belongs to Yi Qian should belong to you. Ying, it's fine if you say these words to Father, but how dare you say it outside and embarrass yourself? You know my temper. The last sentence made Ying tremble. She nodded her head vigorously with tears in her eyes. She no longer dared to say anything that would make her feel comfortable and find some excuse to balance out her jealousy. The reincarnated Yi Qian had long become a hurdle in Yi Ying's heart that she could not get over. As long as she was up against Yi Qian, Yi Ying, who was considered smart and shrewd, would become a completely different person. Not only did she look disgusting, even her IQ would plummet. After realizing this, Yi Zhifan made up his mind that before Yi Ying had enough confidence to face Yi Qian, it would be best if she did not face Yi Qian head-on, in case something happened. It had to be said that Yi Zhifan was smart. After realizing the crux of the problem, he immediately changed his strategy and did not let Yi Ying have a chance to compete with Yi Qian. He was also afraid that Yi Ying would be ruined by her jealousy. How could Yi Ying, who was forced by her father to recognize the truth, walk out of it so quickly? Jealousy was not cultivated in a day. Her jealousy grew day by day, and now it affected Yi Ying's normal judgment. If she could walk out of it, she would not be the Yi Ying of today. In addition, there was Sun Dongqing, who was a hindrance to his daughter and did not recognize the truth. She only believed that Yi Qian should be inferior. Yi Zhifan wanted to nurture Yi Ying into the Yi Ying of his previous life. There is only one word to describe it: difficult. After lecturing for so long, Yi Zhifan did not say anything else. He opened the car door and gestured for Yi Ying to get in. Call your mother and tell her to stay in Shuku village for the next few days. Don't go into the city. Chapter 1351. If Sun Dongqing came over and saw Yi Qian interacting with so many officers as if they were family, who knew what crazy things she would do. In the end, he would be the one to clean up the mess. Yi Ying, whose throat was twitching, nodded repeatedly. However, she felt a little guilty. Just a second ago, she was thinking how great it would be if Sun Dongqing were there. She even wanted to bring it up. But now that she saw Yi Zhifan's expression, she did not dare to bring it up. Yi Ying had always been clear about who she could rely on in the family. The father and daughter pair continued to show up at Uncle Jin's memorial service. When he saw that there were soldiers standing guard outside, Yi Zhifan could not help but lower his head. He even restrained his authority. Looking at Uncle Jin lying surrounded by white chrysanthemums, Yi Zhifan, who had placed a chrysanthemum on top of him, felt very upset. If he had known earlier that Uncle Jin knew so many prominent officers, he would never have let Yi Qian go with him. Instead, he would have let his daughter go over to show filial piety to him. Unfortunately, he found out too late. Yi Qian, whom he had groomed, had become a direct family member in everyone's hearts. Seeing that every guest who bowed would comfort Yi Qian, Yi Zhifan could only sigh. The memorial service lasted from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Uncle Jin did not like to be extravagant when he was alive. Before he died, he had told them not to inform too many people, so the military followed his instructions and did not make it too extravagant. After the death of a first-rank sergeant major who existed in the legends and whom even the highest leaders had to address as old squad leader, only the people who sent him off were from the military. Major General Yang of the army could not get away because of some matters at a certain base, so he personally called to pay his respects. The people coming in and out of the memorial service were all soldiers in uniform. And Jiasin, who had been keeping a close eye on Yi Ying, did not even dare to breathe loudly. She stood carefully in a corner, determined not to show her face, and only paid attention to Yi Ying's whereabouts. "Why are you standing here so sneakily?" Someone suddenly patted Jiasin on the shoulder from behind, scaring her so much that her heart skipped a beat. She turned around and saw Jiasin patting her chest lightly. "It's you. You scare me." The T6 combatant raised his eyebrows. "You have a good memory. You still remember me." "I'm not stupid." And Jiasin mumbled and ignored the man who was said to be a soldier. She looked at Yi Ying again. Where is she? Where is he? Her bright eyes instantly widened. His line of sight hurriedly searched through the crowd of dark green people. A second ago, they were still there, but the next second, they were gone. The T6 combatant, who was dressed in casual clothes, followed her gaze and looked into the crowd. Seeing that she seemed to be looking for someone, he could not help but ask, "Who are you looking for? Do you need my help?" "I'm looking for a very annoying person. I've been keeping a close eye on her. Just now, you patted me, and the next thing I knew, Mrs. Gong was gone, and Jiasin was a little anxious. The memorial service was coming to an end. On the main stage, Commander Liu was talking about Uncle Jin's glorious life. Soon, Uncle Jin's body would be cremated. At the last minute, Ying could not be allowed to ruin it. If she did not say who she was looking for, the T6 really could not help. Hence, he asked her softly, "Tell me about the attire of the person you're looking for. It's better to have two people look for him than one." That was true, and Jiasin immediately told him about Yi Ying and Yi Zhifan's attire. After that, she said solemnly, "This father and daughter pair were very mean to Yi Qian, especially that woman. She bullied Yi Qian since she was young. Tell me immediately after you find him." The T6 combatant was dressed in casual clothes. In order to get closer to a pure and innocent girl, he gave off a clean vibe like the big brother next door, coupled with his delicate appearance. And Jiasin did not think that the T6 combatant was a soldier even after meeting him 3 times, because he did not look like one at all. Chapter 1352. After saying that in a commanding tone, and Jiasin urged him to help her quickly. "Help me go over there and take a look. You must not let the father and daughter get close to Yi Jian, and you must not let him get close to the general who is said to have the highest military rank." "It's the lieutenant general." The T6 combatant corrected her and said thoughtfully, "In that case, I'll take you to the lieutenant general's side to take a look. Maybe the person you're looking for has already been found by the lieutenant general." Commander-in-Chief Xia had suddenly appeared in Anyang City at the memorial service of a sergeant major. There would definitely be people who needed to find some free time to greet him. Seeing that she was wholeheartedly thinking of Yi Qian, a smile flashed across the T6 combatant's eyes. When a memorial service for his former squad leader was over, he had to ask her for her contact information. On the other hand, although she looked carefree, she was actually very meticulous. The first time they met on the last day of the college entrance examination, he did not manage to get any personal information out of her. The second time, he followed Xia Jinyuan to Fujian town and bumped into her in town. Similarly, there was nothing wrong with her. Instead, she stared at him with a look that said, "You're a bad person. I won't fall for your tricks." It made him quickly reflect on whether she had discovered his intentions. Asking for her contact information on the third time they met. This should not be considered rapid progress, right? The T6 combatant thought to himself as he led in Jiasin over to Commander-in-Chief Xia. Before he could get close, he heard in Jiasin grinding her teeth. How shameless! How shameless can you get? Yi Qian couldn't get away, so these two shameless people came over to try to get close to him. This won't do. I have to expose those two hypocritical faces. I can't let them get close to him. Yi Ying still wants to enter the army with her looks? Don't bring shame to the army. And Jiasin did not treat Yi Ying's family well at all. Her tone was so disgusted that the T6 combatant could not help but look askance at her. "You hate those two very much?" The T6 combatant, who was not too sure, asked. Asking more meant that he knew more about her and knew more about her. "So much so that you don't want to see them?" And Jiasin glanced at the young man who kept talking to her. If she rushed over so recklessly, the lieutenant general with the highest military rank would probably ignore her. You know that lieutenant general? If she did not want to cause any trouble, it was best to get a referral. He did know Commander-in-Chief Xia. He had even received the medal personally given to him at the commendation ceremony. The T6 combatant nodded. "I do. If you're looking for those two people, I can take you there." Calm to hear what they have to say. Yi Jian and Xia Jinyuan didn't notice that Yi Zhifan had brought Yi Ying to find Commander-in-Chief Xia. After Commander Liu, whose eyes were red, finished his eulogy, a platoon leader and 10 soldiers took off their military caps and bowed to the old platoon leader. They were the last soldiers to mourn. "Everyone, take off your hats." It was the final farewell. Commander-in-Chief Xia did not listen to what Yi Zhifan had to say. He took off his hat with a solemn expression. He stared at the old squad leader lying in the white chrysanthemum bushes and bowed once, twice, thrice. Yi Zhifan was getting a little anxious. The coffin would be carried away soon, and this lieutenant general would probably be leaving as well. But He had not made any connections with him yet. When Xianxia, who had already walked over, saw this, she immediately stopped in her tracks and sneered at Ying. Disgusting people should not have appeared at Grandpa Jin's memorial service. They even wanted to find an opportunity to get Ying into the army. How shameless. Chapter 1353. The lieutenant general did not pay any attention to them, so you can rest assured. When the T6 combatant saw Commander-in-Chief Xianxia walking straight to the front, he reminded him softly, "The lieutenant general has bodyguards around him, so the two of them won't be able to get close to him easily." As for how the two of them would get close to him, the T6 combatant's eyes darkened slightly. He would have to mention this to Xia Jinyuan. No one at the scene moved around as they watched the 8 lieutenants raise the coffin covered with the national flag again. Meanwhile, Yi Qian, who was holding Uncle Jin's black and white portrait, could not help but clench his fists. Uncle Jin, who had chosen to be cremated, would end up lying in a small urn before being sent to the cemetery of martyrs to rest in eternity. From now on, she would no longer see the old man who would accompany her all the way to the village entrance, and only return home when she could no longer be seen. From now on, she would no longer be able to hear the old man's kind voice or his hearty laughter. "Let's go." Xia Jinyuan gently supported the strong-willed girl who made his heart ache. He said gently, "We're going to send Uncle off for the last time. We're going to send him to his old comrades who sacrificed themselves in the army." Yi Qian took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Yes, Grandpa said he missed his former comrades and wanted to return to their side so they could sing the Long March song together and relive those difficult times together. The coffin was carried by the 8 lieutenants. Yi Qian was still walking at the front, but this time she was accompanied by Xia Jinyuan and Commander-in-Chief Xia. When Yi Zhifan, who still wanted to chase after them, saw this, he immediately pulled Ying to the cemetery of martyrs. This was the extent of Yi Zhifan's capabilities. Knowing that it would be useless even if he followed them, he decided to go to the cemetery in advance and wait there. He could also go over to see if there was anything he could do to help. Ever since Ying saw her father talking to the lieutenant general who was said to have the highest military rank at the scene, she was so impressed that she did not express her opinions casually anymore. Otherwise, she would not have said that the older, the wiser. When you get to the cemetery, find an opportunity to do something for yourself. Be conspicuous and flexible. You have to let the lieutenant general and the others see what you're doing at a glance, even if they only take a glance at you. Ying, that's what impressions are, understand? Ying, who was convinced, humbly listened to his advice. She knew that her father was capable, but she had never seen someone as powerful as him. When the governor's gaze swept over, her knees went weak and she almost fell. But what about Dad? He could even talk to a lieutenant general. Ying's heart was filled with pride. If she could establish a relationship with the lieutenant general, she would definitely have no problem entering the capital's political group. At that time, she would teach Yi Qian a lesson. His heart was filled with hatred. He did not know where his confidence came from. Everything that had happened today had cast a shadow over Yi Ying's heart. Now, whenever she thought about how Yi Qian had a military rank even though he hadn't joined the army, she was so angry that her heart hurt. At 6 o'clock, Yi Qian came to the cemetery of martyrs with an urn covered with a folded national flag. He walked step by step to the grave where Uncle Jin was buried, only to find that even the tombstone had been carved. Uncle knew that he couldn't make it. He even hid it from me and had Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yin prepare for his funeral. He didn't want you to be sad. Principal Chen's voice was so hoarse that it sounded like wind. It was so hoarse that one had to listen carefully to hear what he was saying. After the last handful of soil was filled in, the kneeling Yi Qian's eyelashes trembled slightly. He tried hard to suppress his trembling voice and said with a smile while crying, "Grandpa was afraid that I would be distracted during training. He endured it even when he was sick." Chapter 1354. Good child, it's good that you know. Principal Chun placed the chrysanthemum in his hand on the newly filled soil and looked at the smiling old man in the black and white photo. Principal Chun also looked at him with a smile. "Old uncle, you can meet your old comrades now." Ye girl, and I will come to visit you often and keep you company. Xianxia put down the white chrysanthemum in his hand and respectfully kowtowed. Old uncle, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back to visit you for long. Please forgive me. But as long as Yi Qian wants to come back, and I happen to be with her, I will definitely come back with her to visit you. As the final farewell, one white chrysanthemum after another was placed on the grave. The kind old man watched with a smile, as if he was still alive. His wise eyes silently encouraged every soldier. When it was Yi Jifan's turn to put down the flowers, he brought Yi Ying to stand beside Yi Qian. He had arrived at the cemetery early and wanted to express his gratitude, but he was stopped by the soldiers. Even when he revealed his identity, they did not let him pass. His plan to show his face was ruined. He was furious. When he saw Lieutenant General Xia gently patting Yi Qian's shoulder to comfort him, Yi Jifan had another idea. Since everyone's eyes were on Yi Qian, then he could use this opportunity. Yi Qian, the dead cannot be brought back to life. Take care of yourself. He sighed deeply and spoke to Yi Qian in a gentle tone that he had never used before. If you're tired, the door of Uncle's home will always be open for you. You are welcome to come back anytime. Yi Qian did not move, but Xianxia, who had been following behind Yi Ying, moved. She put down the white chrysanthemum and kowtowed as a granddaughter. She stood up and walked to Yi Ying's side. As she brushed past her, she suddenly reached out and clamped Yi Ying's wrist and forcefully dragged the unsuspecting Yi Ying away. Yi Ying, who was being dragged away, lost control on the spot and screamed, "Ah!" She realized that she had lost her composure and immediately shut her mouth. When she saw who was pulling her, she tried to pull her hand back. And Xianxia, let go of me. Let go. Save it, Yi Ying. If I want to drag you away, how can I let go? And Xianxia used all her strength to drag the shameless Yi Qian far away. You're such a heartless person who wants to torment Yi Qian every day. Do you think you deserve to be in the army? And Xianxia also knew that Yi Ying wanted to join the army. However, Dr. Zhou said that it was impossible for Yi Ying to join the army because of her heart disease, unless she used her connections. Otherwise, she wouldn't have guessed what Yi Ying was up to today. She dragged Yi Ying away. When Yi Jifan reacted and wanted to pull his daughter back, a tall man blocked his hand. It was obvious that he was trying to stop him. He reminded him in a low voice, "Stand firm, sir. It's not good to fall in front of so many soldiers." The T6 combatant naturally succeeded. Meanwhile, Yi Qian completely ignored Yi Jifan, who was trying to worm his way into being friends with her. When he appeared at the memorial service, she knew what the Yi family was up to. If she were to speak now, with Yi Jifan's scheming mind, he would definitely act like he was very close to her and ignore her. He would be the only one in the show. Yi Jifan, I don't want to embarrass you at Uncle's funeral. Please leave. Principal Chun would not let him go. He took a step around Yi Qian's right and gestured for him to leave. You may leave now. Xianxia was not so polite. He immediately called for the guards and said coldly, "Take this gentleman away." Was he trying to ride on Yi Qian's coattails? That would depend on whether he had the ability to do so. Chapter 1355. Xianxia, on the other hand, was not as courteous. He said that he wanted to take the man out. From the word take, one could tell how much disdain he had for Yi Jifan's actions. The guards were all trained in martial arts. When they stood in front, their murderous aura was immediately released, unlike Xianxia and the others who knew how to restrain themselves. Yi Jifan had cultivated his temper well and had a certain level of martial arts. When he heard what was said, although his face darkened, he was still able to maintain the demeanor of an official. He looked at the young major, who was not at all courteous to him, and narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Then he gave Yi Qian a meaningful smile. Looks like it won't be long before Uncle will be able to attend your wedding. This man was already a major at such a young age. Yi Qian, a captain, could be considered to have made connections with someone of a higher social standing. If the major was just an ordinary major, it would have been fine. However, this person gave off an unfathomable feeling and an extraordinary aura of nobility. This was not a good feeling. Old Uncle Jin only knew high-ranking military officials. Ordinary soldiers were probably not worthy of his attention. Yi Zhifan was afraid that the major in front of him was the son-in-law that old Uncle Jin had carefully selected for Yi Qian. Her ability was already higher than Yi Ying's, and now she had a powerful and influential son-in-law. Yi Zhifan's temples were throbbing, and he couldn't help but purse his lips. If she had a powerful and influential son-in-law to help Yi Qian, his daughter would have to live in Yi Qian's shadow for the rest of her life. What scared him even more was that he did not know what the person behind the jade pendant was planning. He still did not know who the person behind the jade pendant was and why they promoted him. Even though he had been promoted, Yi Zhifan, who had a smooth career, had never felt at ease. He was afraid that one day he would fall from the clouds. He was afraid that one day Yi Qian would become so powerful that the person behind the jade pendant would come looking for him. He was even more afraid that one day he would lose everything that he had now. That was why he wanted Yi Ying to stand out and suppress Yi Qian. The more he thought about it, the more things did not go according to his plan. Seeing the officers and soldiers who put down their chrysanthemums all softly say, "Take care, restrain your grief," to Yi Qian, Yi Zhifan's heart could not help but thump. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at everything coldly and asked Lu Tuan, "That Yi Zhifan, has he stopped?" Ever since he found out that his son had taken a fancy to a high school student, Commander-in-Chief Xia, who didn't seem worried on the surface, had actually asked about Yi Qian's family situation. Therefore, he still knew who Yi Zhifan was. It was just that today he was meeting him in person, while the information he received was a photo. "I heard from old Shan that he wants to send his daughter to the Beijing Political Regiment. You know that even though the Beijing Political Regiment is an arts regiment, the threshold is many times higher than that of a normal soldier." Since the commander-in-chief had asked personally, Lu Tuan told him everything that he had heard recently. Yi Zhifan's daughter is indeed suitable to enter the arts regiment. Unfortunately, she was diagnosed with heart disease in middle school. During the military training in the second year of high school, she caused a scandal in the provincial anti-chemical regiment. Her personal and overall performance during the military training will be recorded. With heart disease and a stain on her record, it will be difficult for her to even enter the arts regiment in the army, let alone the Beijing Political Regiment. Yi Zhifan himself knows this, so he tried to use his connections to get his daughter in. Because of Yi Qian, Lu Tuan, and Political Commissar, Yin would also pay attention to Yi Zhifan's movements. Chapter 1356. I heard that he has now been promoted to the position of Chief of the Construction Bureau. It seems that his personal ability is not bad. Commander-in-Chief Xia's focus was only on Yi Zhifan himself. As for a daughter with a heart condition and a tainted record wanting to enter the Beijing political group, it was a fool's dream. However, it was not impossible. Commander Lu's face was a little gloomy. He replied in a low voice, "He is indeed not bad. Moreover, his political achievements are outstanding. He is cautious and does not have the corrupt style of officialdom." It was just that the speed of his promotion was a little shocking, especially the speed of his promotion in the past 5 years. It was unbelievably fast, cautious, and does not have the corrupt style of officialdom. Commander-in-Chief Xia raised his voice a little. There was a hint of unusualness in it. "Jinghua, I'm afraid you're only looking at the surface." Jinghua, Commander Lu's name. Judging from the speed of his promotion, it is true that he is cautious and does not leave any evidence that can be used against him. But as for his style, that's a question mark. If he was truly upright, he wouldn't have such crooked ideas. At the memorial service, he used his identity as the representative of the villagers of Shuku village to bypass the guards and was introduced to him by the mayor of Fujian town. From this, it could be seen that this person was indeed cautious and did not leave any room for criticism, because he left the criticism to others. The mayor of Fujian town also said at the time, "Director Yi is too cautious. He is clearly representing the entire village to attend the old squad leader's memorial service, but he did not go up to deliver the eulogy. Lieutenant General, if I did not stop him just now, Director Yi would have left with his daughter in advance." The private jet landed in Fujian town. As the mayor, he naturally had to show up. There were also some arrangements that needed the mayor to make. In this way, the mayor of Fujian Town spoke to Commander-in-Chief Xia. As for how the mayor of Fujian Town found out that a senior provincial official was at the memorial service and was about to leave with his daughter, only Yi Jifan knew about this series of coincidences. In front of him, Yi Jifan cleverly spoke up for himself. "I'm really sorry to disturb you, Lieutenant General. I wanted to leave earlier, but I didn't expect the mayor to stop me." After he finished speaking, he revealed a bitter smile. If Commander-in-Chief Xia hadn't learned about Yi Qian's family background in advance, he would have thought that it was the mayor of Fujian Town who had acted rashly, and not Yi Jifan. Letting someone else play the role of the bad guy, while keeping the image of the good guy for himself. He was being overly cautious. Regiment Commander Liu did not have much contact with Yi Jifan. The few times they met, it was all because of Yi Qian. Thinking about the relationship between Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan, and the fact that she was the daughter-in-law of the commander-in-chief, Regiment Commander Liu thought for a while and said, "Yi Jifan is not a simple person, and his daughter has always been targeting Yi Qian. She always made things difficult for Yi Qian in school. We have also communicated with Yi Jifan himself, but the result was the same. Commander-in-Chief, with all due respect, if his daughter really joins the army, I'm afraid it will be detrimental to Yi Qian. Do you think we should ask the military or local authorities to keep an eye on this? Like father, like daughter." The key was the last sentence, like father, like daughter. If the father was so good at currying favor, the daughter would definitely learn from him. "I will keep an eye on it." Commander-in-Chief Xia nodded. His gaze fell on the cemetery where the old squad leader was buried. He said, "Thank you for taking care of the old squad leader and Yi Qian. In the future, Yi Qian will be handed over to Xia Jinyuan to take care of. As for you guys, if you have time, come over to toast the old squad leader and tell him that Yi Qian is doing well." Chapter 1357. The funeral was nearing its end. After Political Commissar Yin finished his last eulogy, the 4 first lieutenants walked to the front of the grave with 2 wreaths in their hands. They placed the wreaths on the ground and saluted. All the soldiers saluted the old squad leader for the last time as well. The old squad leader, who had dedicated his life to the army selflessly, would be buried here forever. It only took half a day from Uncle Jin's death to his burial. Everything was done according to Uncle Jin's wishes. They accompanied Uncle Jin on his last journey in an orderly manner. Yi Qian watched the soldiers leave one by one. She said softly to Xia Jinyuan, who was accompanying her, "I want to be alone with Uncle General Captain Xia. Please tell the Lieutenant General." "Thank you." She hadn't had a good chat with Uncle Jin since she came back. She wanted to talk about what kind of training she had done during the summer vacation. She really wanted to be alone with him and tell him everything that was on her mind. Xia Jinyuan gazed deeply at Yi Qian. He raised his hand and stroked her cheek with his slender fingers. He said softly, "Okay, we'll wait for you outside the cemetery. Yi Jifan is still outside. I'll go out and deal with him first." "Okay, be careful to hide your identity. Yi Jifan is sly and shrewd. Be careful that he doesn't tell you anything," Yi Qian reminded her. Yi Jifan was a calculative person. He could figure out what was going on with just a few words. When talking to him, she had to be careful and not panic. She continued, "He probably approached the commander-in-chief because he wanted to send Yi Ying into the army. Today, such a high-ranking officer came to the army. We have to be careful of him. He's pretending to be close to the commander-in-chief." Yi Qian had never let down her guard against Yi Jifan. However, she had always kept Uncle Jin's words in mind. Before she was in a position that Yi Jifan couldn't shake, it was best to lay low. Xia Jinyuan didn't want her to worry. He stroked her firm eyebrows and said, "I know. You should talk to your uncle." Yi Qian believed in Xia Jinyuan's abilities. Hearing this, he gently removed his hand and smiled. "Go ahead. Thank you for your hard work." With him around, Yi Jifan wouldn't be able to cause too much trouble. Yi Qian looked forward and the smile on his face deepened. He asked Xia Jinyuan, who had yet to leave, "When did T6 arrive?" "He's been in Fujian Town this summer and will only return to the unit in mid-September." Xiao Jinyuan raised his eyebrows when he saw his comrade guarding Jiasin closely. It seemed that he really intended to pursue Jiasin. I'll head over first. I'll pick you up in an hour. Yi Qian looked at the time. You don't have to pick me up. I'll come down on my own. Captain Xia, please help me take care of Uncle Chun. I'm a little worried. After his grandfather left, Uncle Chun hid his sadness deeply so that she wouldn't worry. However, no matter how deeply he hid it, she could still see it from his tired eyes. She was always able to take care of the people around her and care for those who cared about her. Okay, you don't have to worry about anything outside. I'll take care of everything. The soldiers had already left, and it was just the two of them. Xiao Jinyuan patted her shoulder gently and turned to leave. The surroundings quieted down. It was 6 o'clock in the evening, and the golden and orange sunset spread out beautifully. The faint golden light shone down on the mountains and rivers, making them look like they were plated with gold. It added a touch of magnificence to the mountains and rivers. The sun had completely set, and a crescent moon was already hanging in the sky. Half of it was cold, while the other half was fiery. The beauty of the two different views of the sky was something that even a master would find difficult to draw. Chapter 1358. The kneeling Yi Qian's eyes were red as he stared at the old man's black and white photo. He said softly, "Grandpa, I went to the beach to train during the summer vacation. I joined the only amphibious frogman commando team in our country that doesn't belong to any military region. The training was very tough. The first day, the captain made me with a special frogman shoes and run along the beach. Luckily, when you and Principal Chun trained me, there were sandbags tied to your calves. I didn't embarrass myself on the first day and stayed smoothly. Captain Xia told me that the captain who trained me was a capable person. His training was known for being harsh. His comrades in the army all called him Demon King, but I don't think it was given by his comrades. It was his own code name. The training was indeed harsh. For the first 10 days or so, I only had about 3 hours of sleep every day. The rest of the time was spent on training. Diving training, weight diving training, underwater shooting training, combat training, as well as swimming from one island to another while wearing a rubber diving suit and weapons. It was very tough, but it was also very fulfilling. I also learned professional knowledge that I never received before. Grandpa, I like this kind of training. I feel that it's very interesting. No matter how tough it is, I can endure it. After sleeping, I can continue. My comrades in the team all say that I'm too scary and that it makes them feel pressured. Back then, her grandfather saved her from a Yi family and secretly found Principal Chun to train her. He trained with her in the high mountains and cold lands. When the heat was unbearable, he even accompanied her to the desert. He only let her go when she slowly gained a foothold and received Uncle Chin's complete approval. It could be said that in this life, she was able to achieve what she had today because of her grandfather's guidance. He was like a lamp. No matter where she went, he would illuminate her direction and tell her not to go astray and lose herself. He knew that she hated Yi Jifan's family and was afraid that she would do something out of line at such a young age. He constantly reminded her to set her sights on the long term and find her own path first. She shouldn't be in a hurry for quick results. She shouldn't throw an egg at a rock and ruin her own foundation. She recalled all of this as if it had just happened yesterday. When the training ended, I actually didn't want to leave. Captain Xia told me that he would send me over during the winter break. He also told me that I probably won't have much time to go home during my 4 years in the military academy. I have to train during both holidays. Grandpa, I feel like the Army wants to train me to be a frontline Special Forces soldier. I also want to become a Special Forces soldier like Captain Xia and the others. I want to be able to return home bathed in blood and leave with a smile. Yi Qian said what was on her mind. Even though there was no response from the old man, just looking at the kind smile on the old man's photo, Yi Qian felt that the old man who had always loved her had never left her side. Yi Ying's faint screams could be heard from the foot of the mountain. Yi Jin chuckled and said, "Grandpa, being in the Special Forces should be tough. Captain Xia often reminds me that my current training is all basic training. Tell me, what is the real training like? I really want to see what the real Special Forces training is like. So, Grandpa, I definitely won't let you down. She touched the tombstone gently, and the cold touch made Yi Jian's eyes tremble slightly. Grandpa had left, but she would always remember the words he left behind. No matter when, she would never do anything to disappoint her grandpa, no matter what. Chapter 1359. I'll come to see you again next time. Yi Jifan, whom you don't want to see, is here with his daughter. I have to go down and deal with it. Yi Ying, you're right. As long as I stand up, Yi Ying can only watch. In the future, she can only watch me. The last sentence was so low that it was cold, accompanied by a sword-like sharpness. Every word was like a sword, and every word was sharp. Yi Ying, who was being dragged away, could not break free from Xianxia's grip, no matter how hard she struggled. In addition, there were soldiers passing by from time to time. She did not want to make a fool of herself, so she did not dare to struggle too much. And Xianxia took advantage of this and pulled her with all her might. She did not stop talking. I know you're shameless, but I'm still saving you some face. Don't thank me. I'm only helping you this time because your surname is Yi. Hearing Xianxia's mocking words, Ying wanted to scold her back several times. However, when she thought of Yi Jifan's instructions, she held herself back, and Xianxia pulled her to the bottom. When she was about to pull her out, Ying panicked and said in a sharp voice, "And Xianxia, if you don't let go of me, don't blame me for being rude. Just do whatever you want of me. I'll wait." And Xianxia was not afraid of her threat at all. She shouted, "Don't be polite with me. Just do whatever you want. Let everyone see if you can't enter the army with your morals. Can you be a soldier in the military? Also, didn't you say that you have a heart condition? Ha! I've never heard of anyone with a heart condition joining the army." Yi Jifan, who had chased after them, happened to hear this. He stared at Xianxia with a murderous look. "Student, can I trouble you to let go of Yi Ying's hand first? I think you must be tired after dragging her all the way here." The T6 soldier turned around and said with a faint smile, "Sir, don't be too nervous. Xianxia doesn't mean any harm. She's just reminding you out of kindness. She's right. Those with a heart condition, regardless of gender, are not eligible for the army. Ying, come here." Yi Jifan did not want to say more because he knew very well that his daughter did not have a heart condition, and Xianxia let go of her hand and retorted, "Chief Ying wants to enter the army, but our class says that it's impossible. If she really enters the army, it will be big news in Fujian town." In any case, he was an official. How could Yi Jifan quarrel with a child? He smiled and said, "You kids always like to worry about things that have nothing to do with you. Uncle will take ye. You youngsters play by yourselves." The lieutenant general hadn't left yet, so he had to hurry over. Fortunately, the mayor of Fujian town was with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have an excuse to meet the lieutenant general. He lowered his head and said to Yi Ying, "You did well just now. You didn't argue with her. When they meet the lieutenant general later, don't mention these messy things. Just properly express your yearning for the army and respect for the soldiers. As for the rest, Dad will arrange it." And Xixin's expression changed when she saw that the father and daughter still wanted to get closer. It was the T6 soldier who saw Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian come down together and reminded her, "All right, you've completed your mission today. Leave the rest to Yi Qian and her boyfriend." And Xianxia, who did not chase after them, stared at the backs of the father and daughter of the Yi family and gritted her teeth. How can there be such shameless people? They're so disgusting that I want to vomit. You worry too much. She'll handle Yi Qian's matter. The T6 soldier wanted to kidnap her, so he thought about taking her away first. "I saw that you brought your luggage here. Where's your luggage? Where did you put it?" Yi Qian still has to go back to Shuka village. You don't know how to do that, do you? Go directly to school? Chapter 1360. And Xianxia did not know what the young man in front of her was thinking. When she heard that, she told him the truth. "I'm not going back. I'll take the train to school tomorrow and leave my luggage at the hotel. I'll head to the hotel tonight as well." She was such an honest girl, and she should be his. The T6 combatant's thoughts kept popping up in his head like bamboo shoots after the spring rain. The more he looked at the girl in front of him, the more he liked her, as expected of someone who could hang out with Yi Qian. Her qualifications, her looks, and her IQ were really not bad. She had courage and even more courage. She could even teach the daughter of the construction bureau chief a lesson without trembling. Wasn't that courage? Why are you looking at me like that? And Jiasin, who was being targeted, felt that something was off with the other party's gaze. Out of instinct, she put some distance between them. Aren't you Yi Qian's boyfriend's friend? Why aren't you going over? Why do you keep following me? She did not know if she was being too careless, but she did not realize that this person was a soldier. Yi Qian's boyfriend was a soldier. At least she had seen him in uniform before. But as for him, and Jiasin's gaze swept across the T6 combatant, and the suspicion in her eyes grew even stronger. He was not too fair, but he was not too dark either. His looks were passable, and his clothes were quite clean. It was just that he was too clean. He did not look as strong as the soldiers she had seen before. He couldn't be a fake soldier, could he? And Jiasin was making some wild guesses. Although the T6 combatant could not guess what she was thinking, from her expression, his intuition told him that it was definitely not a good idea. He immediately straightened his expression and said, I'm comrades with Yi Qian. I followed her all the way here. Now that Yi Qian and the others don't have time to take care of you, there's a rule in the army that a comrade's friend is his friend. Now that they don't have time, I'm obligated to take care of you. His excuse was not just any kind of high-sounding one, but Jiasin had to listen to him fully. She blinked and smiled. There's no need for that. I think you should go and help Yi Qian now. That Yi Jifan is not easy to deal with. As for Ying, she'll have her share of opportunities no matter where she goes. It's only because there are people watching her that she can. Go help Yi Qian. I can go back to the hotel on my own. The T6 combatant, who was rejected, did not pester him. He nodded and said, Yes, I'm only planning to drive you to a place where you can take a ride. It's not easy to take a ride here. It's not safe for a girl like you. And Jiasin's face was burning. She had made a mistake. Oh, thank you, thank you. You replied sheepishly, his face burning even hotter. Fortunately, her face was not red. Even if her face was burning, it would still be the same color as usual. There was no other way. Her skin belonged to the healthy category, and no one could tell that it was red. The T6 combatant, who was laughing so hard in his heart, turned around and made a gesture to signal that he would leave first before leaving with Jiasin, regardless of whether Xia Jinyuan had seen it or not. Xia Jinyuan was happy to see his comrade leave with Jiasin without needing him to respond. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Good heavens, another guy who forgets his comrade over his lover. Yi Qian, I won't stop you from doing whatever you want. I won't care what you want to do. But don't you think it's time for you to give way to me? Yi Jifan's expression did not look too good as he spoke. There was anger in his voice as he said, I'm representing the entire village to attend Uncle Jin's funeral. No matter how much you hate us, you can't be rude. How dare you be so impudent when Uncle Jin just passed away? Yi Qian, are you trying to disappoint Uncle Jin? Chapter 1361. Yi Jifan, who had been busy for a week, naturally could not leave so easily. Bringing up Uncle Jin in this situation was also a warning to Yi Qian not to go overboard. If they really got into a fight, she would be the one to lose face as well as Uncle Jin, who had raised her. After being an official for more than 10 years, Yi Jifan always knew how to manipulate others, how to control them, and how to use them. You are still young and immature. As your elder, I can't let you do as you please, and I don't want to argue with you. Yi Jifan really did not want to argue. He was afraid that if they argued, he would be the one to suffer. Facing reality, Yi Jifan, who knew how to adapt to reality, lowered his voice and even his arrogance. Yi Qian, leave with your friend. Don't embarrass each other. He clearly did not want to embarrass her, but after what he said, it became that he would embarrass Yi Qian. Inverting right and wrong had always been Yi Jifan's way of doing things. In her previous life, Yi Qian had suffered a lot at his hands. It was not her fault, but it became her fault. After hearing so much, even she herself believed that everything was her fault and had nothing to do with them. In this life, every time Yi Jifan inverted right and wrong, Yi Qian, who had walked out of the shadows, could not help but find it funny. It's a pity that Mr. Yi is not a cross-talk actor. Yi Qian smiled slightly. In his eyes, Yi Qian was indeed amazing. Even old Madame Yi could not win over her. But no matter how amazing she was still an 18 or 19-year-old girl. Now that Uncle Jin was gone, the tea had cooled down. So what if Uncle Jin knew so many military officers when he was alive? Yi Qian was just a military academy student now. Being a military academy student might sound impressive, but where would one not need connections and connections in this day and age? It might sound impressive, but that would only happen in the future. Without old Uncle Jin, Yi Qian was like a baby eagle with broken wings. It would take a long time for him to fly. I just left, and you're already in the mood to kick up a fuss with me. Yi Qian, the soldiers in the army haven't left yet. If you're a sensible person, let me give you a piece of advice. Be sensible and stay out of other people's business. After he finished speaking, he looked at Xia Jinyuan. This young man had been by Yi Qian's side since the beginning. He had handsome features, thin lips, and handsome eyes. There was a hint of a smile between his brows, which made him look like someone not to be trifled with. Who was this person? What was his identity? Yi Qian hurriedly chased after him and stopped him from talking to him. Was it because he was afraid of the young man? Yi Jifan's eyes gradually darkened. If Yi Qian was afraid of the young man, then his military rank must be higher than hers, and his position must be higher as well. The rank of captain was the highest among lieutenants. It was also the rank of deputy battalion commander, company commander, and deputy company commander. It was one of the main military ranks in the army. It could be said that for Yi Qian to be a captain at her age, it was already quite good. Since the young man made her feel afraid, his military rank must be at least a colonel, and the highest a senior colonel. However, he didn't look old, so it was unlikely that he was a senior colonel. Lieutenant colonels and majors were more likely to be older. Looking at his aura, it was obvious that he must have lived in a good environment. That was why he didn't say anything and just stood there, giving off an oppressive feeling. That meant that Yi Qian's current backer was most likely him. Chapter 1362. That's right, the woman was pretty and was a student from a famous military school. The man's image and temperament were even better, and his military rank was either colonel or major. It had to be said that Yi Qian had a good eye for choosing a boyfriend. He wasn't afraid of colonel or major ranks, but he was afraid that the other party had military power behind them. Thinking of this, Yi Jifan immediately restrained the coldness on his face. Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh. See, Yi Jifan must be guessing Captain Xia's identity. Then he thought of something and hurriedly added another layer of hypocrisy to prevent himself from doing something that would leave a bad impression. Mr. Yi, the person my grandfather didn't want to see the most when he was alive was you, because the old man knew that you were someone who wouldn't do anything without benefits, Yi Qian said calmly. Yi Jian said calmly. Her words made Yi Jifan's expression change drastically. Mr. Yi, you suddenly appeared at my grandfather's funeral. I'm sure you're here for profit again. As for benefits, facing Yi Jifan's cold gaze, Yi Qian glanced at Yi Ying, who was currently staring at Xia Jinyuan. Mr. Yi, you want to send Yi Ying into the Beijing political group. You have quite the appetite. Xia Jinyuan loved Yi Qian's ruthlessness towards his enemies. Hearing this, his thin lips curved slightly, revealing a smile that was 3 parts lazy and 7 parts noble. Yi Ying, who had been staring at him all this time, was instantly shocked. The young man beside the wretched girl. She had seen him before, and it was when she was in the province's #1 middle school. Yao Jing. That's right. Yao Jing was the first one to notice this man. She even instigated her to ask for this man's contact information. In the end, before she could even open her mouth, she was ignored by him. At the time, she only felt embarrassed, but she still had to coax Yao Jing, so she could only pretend not to care. After almost 2 years, seeing the young man who had embarrassed her once again, Yi Ying's face turned green and white. It was wonderful. It turned out that this man had come to the school to look for Yi Qian that year. When Yi Qian was speaking, Yi Ying also said softly, "Dad, this man should be acquainted with Yi Qian. I met him in my 2nd year of high school." Yi Ying always remembered the people who had embarrassed her. He came to the provincial first high school, to look for Yi Qian. If I remember correctly, it must be him. You've seen him? Yi Jifan, who was listening from both sides, had a slight change in his gaze. He asked his daughter first. When you saw him, was he in his military uniform or casual clothes? Casual wear. Yin glanced at Xia Jinyuan and whispered, I only saw him once and never saw him again. Dad, I'm afraid their relationship isn't that simple. He didn't wear a military uniform. Even his uncle's funeral didn't wear a military uniform. Could it be that he had guessed wrongly and the other party wasn't a soldier at all, but a son of a wealthy family? No, that's not right. The average son of a wealthy family didn't have the aura he had. It was an indescribable aura. He only felt that the other party's identity was definitely not simple. He accompanied Yi Qian to send off Uncle Jin, stood beside Yi Qian during the memorial service, and accompanied him all the way to the funeral. The relationship between the two of them might have been approved by Uncle General Couple, relative, or someone else. Yi Jifan clenched his fists. This man must have a background. His background must be extraordinary. Investigate. He had to investigate. He would only be relieved when he found out. Yi Qian, I'm your uncle. You don't know how to respect your elders in front of your friend. Aren't you afraid that he'll make fun of you? Aren't you worried that your friend's family won't accept you? He had to investigate, but he had to test the waters first.